Hello, Riot Wolf. Ah, god damn it. Hello, Riot Wolves. Welcome to the stream. We're going to be playing a game that is self-indulgent to me as all get out, because honestly, visual novels don't do well on Twitch, but I don't give a damn because I really want to play a visual novel. This is Vampire the Masquerade, Shadows of New York. Welcome to my castle. Don't expect everyday logic to work here. It went out the window sometime after midnight, maybe earlier. My kingdom is not of this world. You see, it lies far outside the concrete, tangible reality. Tried to identify the way people reach it, and I am convinced it has something to do with the moon. Some say the moon's aura can turn them insane. You've heard the phrases moonstruck and lunatic. The way I see it, moonlight gives them some subliminal permission to reveal their true selves. And so whenever they let that silver radiance guide them to the gates of this place, they feel different. Once they pass the doorstep, they're ready to act out. A dance of horrors and marvels begin. It's 3:31 a.m. Welcome to Big Beat Burger. If you're here at this hour, you're not exactly readying up to be a productive member of society. Come tomorrow morning, you're likely praying that the sunrise never comes. Insatiable children of the night gather round, hoping to bask in the afterglow of tonight's victories, unwind after a frustrating series of failures, or simply fight to keep themselves together. Meanwhile, I'm just sitting here, greedily reveling in every interaction they have. I have no idea they're the only here for my amusement. To them, I'm just a random girl sitting in the corner. But this is my domain, and I've been coming here almost every night for years. I know where to sit, where to look, and where to eavesdrop for maximum amusement. I'm basically a voyeur, and unashamedly admit it. It gave me insight about the human condition I'd never otherwise have gathered, and more importantly, a necessary skill set to make ends meet as a journalist. As I write on my crappy old laptop, patiently waiting for the legion of negative voices in my head to get too tired to offer useless feedback, I keep my senses peeled to pick up stories around me. Of course, a lot of regular events such as food fights are nothing to write home about, aside from my unfortunate tendency to become collateral damage in someone else's battles. Up to this day, I've had to wash my clothes because of Coke, Diet Coke, hot coffee, apple pie, or in some sort of, improvised honey mustard bomb. Every stain tells a different story. Sometimes this hobby is exhausting, sometimes it's disturbing, sometimes it's dangerous. Although not as risky as back when I wasn't carrying pepper spray. Still, the sights I've taken in over the years have made it absolutely worth it. I've gotten so many stories, I don't even know where to begin. Theatrical breakups, impromptu morning parties, unexpected friendships forged in the fire of senseless battles, a lady in a gorgeous Givenchy dress ordering a box of takeout chicken nuggies, paying in cash with her hands completely covered in blood. She was asked if she wants a napkin. She said no. Two thirsty macho dudes shamelessly going for it in the corner. hushed moans filling the lobby while everyone valiantly fights to act as usual and maintain the illusion of normalcy. Straight up kung fu fight between a diminutive cashier and some drugged bodybuilder going through a psychotic episode, trying to break all of the windows. The big guy left in the joint fully convinced he'd KO'd himself, while the service workers just standing next to him seemed proud of his victory too. A middle-aged hag getting a heart attack after screaming her lungs out not to let Muslims near her food is because she saw a white girl wearing a hairnet behind the counter. A masked couple robbing this restaurant of 30 hamburgers, forcing the employees to cook at gunpoint. Police later said those were art students reenacting some hipster book they read. This is life. This is humanity at its worst and best. This is the noise that serves as the foundation for my creativity. This is the soma that keeps me going. This is as pathetic as it may sound these days, this is the only place where I feel alive. Sometimes I think of myself as a leech, feeding on those people's stories, emotions, and personalities just because I'm not satisfied with mine. At times I think of my psyche as some kind of shitty postmodern construct that is fundamentally incapable of honesty, but yearns for something felt and truthful. Does this even make any sense? I look at my screen of my laptop. 3:47 a.m. At this point, I'm almost somnambulic, and nothing interesting has happened yet. Feeling like all the customers are watching each other tonight, hoping for the others to provide a fun diversion. This is my turf, you parasitic douchebags. Next time, go find your own. Think it's time to call it a night. The coffee I always order so that they don't kick me out is undrinkable. Sigh. I reread the rough draft I've been working on for the last 6 hours. God damn, this is pure trash. I hold the backspace button until the Google Documents page is nothing but a calm white slate and let out a sigh of deep relief. There's no pleasure more intoxicating for a frustrated writer than ragging on someone else even worse than them. Or what target is easier than the dumb bitch you used to be 10 minutes ago. I check the time again, I need to go. I have an important meeting tomorrow at 10 a.m. and I have a hunch it's not going to go well. Hello, Lion King. As you can see, I am self-indulging in something that is neither popular nor particularly exciting. A visual novel. How are you doing, my dear? And it's not because I'm an irresponsible dumbass who's going to need a cup of coffee to subtly function on a basic level despite like 4 hours of sleep. Because I always have a hunch things are not going the way they're supposed to. Click, clack, click, click, clack. The loud clatter of keyboards assaults me from all sides, making the splitting headache unbearable. Used to be I dreamed of nothing else but being a part of the New York Lodestar editorial team. It was the first magazine I started reading regularly, the first magazine I ever bought for myself. Now simply hearing the word Lodestar is enough to ruin my mood. Never mind seeing all these old farts phoning in more reactionary opinion columns and Wikipedia-level analyses of current events. Click, clack, click, click, clack. They used to destroy and rebuild my entire worldview every month. They reshaped my thinking of politics, art, journalism. They appointed me to my favorite cigarette brand, for God's sake. Then some talented people started leaving for greener pastures. Some got too wrapped up in their own neuroses, some became complacent, all of them committing the sin of allowing themselves to grow older. Fresh blood was deemed unnecessary, even though young freelancers kept being bled dry. These days, whenever someone from outside Lodestar talks about Lodestar, it's because of a few idealistic contributors willing to accept meager pay while putting in serious work. Dumbasses. I'm doing quite well, Lion King. Other than that, the magazine specializes in publishing pale echoes of provocative ideas I heard somewhere else a few years prior, wrapped in an aesthetic that hasn't been cutting edge for a decade. No wonder the readership is in free fall, but even though the ship is sinking, the old guard won't let it go down without a fight. As in, if anyone from the outside attempts to board the vessel in hopes of fixing its core sword holes, they will be swiftly taken care of. I know, I've been there, done that. As it stands, the only full-time staff member who doesn't make me regularly attempt to cringe my face off with his writing. Cough, cough. Is Lodestar's editor-in-chief, Brian Ing. The man sitting in front of me right now. Of course, he only has time for editorials these days. A drop in the sea of needs. Managerial duties hit him hard. The second time he lets out a theatrical cough like this, he said his piece. That's up for me to react. I'm coming up blank. But what do you want me to say, Brian? I'm pissed off. I can tell you've already made up your mind. But still want to go through with emotions just to make me feel listened to. Whatever, let's do this. Brian, the guy is guilty of major fraud. The man is a sexual abuser, Brian. You're projecting a complete piece of shit here, Brian. Look, I know my article sounds like character assassination, but it's because the guy gave me enough ammo to make him look like Swiss cheese once the story goes live. My sources are legit. They provide receipts for everything. They faced all kinds of injustices and are crying out for help. So why are you siding with a corporate shithead and not them? Your sources are not the problem here. I never said they were. You're avoiding the core of the issue. No, I believe I pinpointed it in a precise way. If you were up to me, I'd greenlight the article here and now, and we wouldn't be having this conversation. But you're killing the article, just because some rich shithead told you he doesn't like it. Get real, this is not some millionaire jerk calling me to make me an offer I can't refuse. Then what is it then, because it looks awfully like... It's about my boss telling me this outlet can't afford the legal action we already have been threatened with. Some millionaire interference. Oh, for crying out loud, Julia, don't make me treat you like a child. You know how this works. Pleasure story? It's Theo versus Gawker all over again. A lawsuit here, a lawsuit there, until we're blood dry. I have a mortgage, I have 3 mouths to feed, waiting to be fed at home. I have an amazing team that doesn't deserve to be torn apart over some... Don't you think you're telling you mentioned your mortgage first? Silence. Just asking questions. No better than get into these empty semantic arguments with you, Miss Sawinski. You're good at them. Problem is, you're still not good enough. Meaning, you're too in love with weaving a good story and establishing a seductive narrative to let facts get in the way. You got enough boring suits with no principles on board these days. They always give you facts because that's all they can do. I'm using facts in a way that approaches some kind of truth. Except facts can blindside you, and Double Spiral has enough facts to water down your story to the point where it makes no sense to publish. Their HR and PR are working overtime to deliver a convincing counter-narrative. They're doing a great job. Won't mitigate the damage completely, but will put every little thing into question. Jesse Montgomery is a racist, a fraud, a sexual predator, and a downright satanic fuckhead. Julia. Let me say it again. Jesse Montgomery is a racist, a fraud, a sexual predator, and a downright satanic fuckhead. Do you personally believe it or not? This is not. You're not listened to the tapes. You've read the transcripts. You've seen the documents. You've got the files. I'm asking your personal opinion. Do you believe it or not? Click, clack, click, clack, click. Of course I do, but that's besides the point. It's not. Look. How about I just say it out loud and save us both the trouble? We're not having this conversation because there's an actual conversation to be had. You set up this meeting knowing damn well that there is only one way it's going to end. You've got a mortgage, 3 mouths to feed. You pray towards the well-being of your direct surroundings over some nebulous concept of greater good. I get it, I really do. Yet for some reason, it seems that you're only prolonging this conversation and rationalizing your decision. So that I forgive you, officially exonerate you. I'm not the bad guy here, Julia. Yes, you are. I think you are, Brian. Julia. I know you're generally a decent guy, so you must have prepared something you can say to turn the ship around. Still waiting for you to say it. You've made your deal with the devil, and you're not the type to sell it your soul, so tell me. How can you make this up to reset your karma? What have you got? He muttered something under his breath, ending with a self-pitying chuckle. Bad guy, decent guy, a victim of circumstance. I don't know if you really care about the distinction. But to be honest, as Lodestar's editor-in-chief, all I've got for you is something that will make you think I'm the biggest scumbag in the universe. Oh, come on. Don't turn this into a pity party. No, I'm an absolutely a scumbag. And why is that? Because I'm firing you. My thoughts scrambled. For a brief moment, the state of my bank account displayed before my eyes with startling clarity. A howling void opens in my chest and starts traveling toward my stomach. No, don't panic it. You get more information now. There must be a catch. You're joking. Oh, I get it. You're just kidding. I'm a jerk here, but not that much of a jerk. No way, you're gonna say it's a prank. I know you. This isn't you. It's not me, it's them. What them? Who's them? He glances left and right and then points upward in a short moment. Then he speaks again. It's in a hushed voice. You know, the big kahunas. Can't really question them. They want your head on a silver platter. He's not looking me in the eye. You're not joking. I said I would never joke about stuff like this. It's real. Fucking hell. It's real. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Damn it all to hell. All these years, all this grind, all my plans, and for what? Fucking assholes, you know I deserve better, and I always deserved better. It always ends with me going down the drain, back to the sewers. Fuck. No. Take a few deep breaths. Don't lose the plot now. Keep yourself together, you idiot. The moment you show weakness, they go for your throat. Get back in control. You can't do this. I wish I didn't have to, but it's a lost cause. No, I mean it. It's impossible, Julia. You can't fire someone who's never been hired in the first place. In a few seconds to put on his "oh I get" face, treble gasp and start massaging his temple. Lodestar has been my biggest source of income for the last few years. That much is true, but technically nobody has ever hired me here. It was all freelance jobs. A full-time position only served as a kind of dangling carrot, a promise of a decent pay grade, career prospects, maybe even some kind of insurance to save my failing health. And the recognition that I would be part of the Lone Star team, a position that everyone around me seems to respect aside from me. And why did I want it so much? There will be a time to mourn what could have been. For now, I should act like I don't care. You know what I mean? If I let you work, even under a fake name, it would be a guillotine for me. This is ridiculous. You know I'm going to start shopping in the store around the second I leave this room, don't you? Oh, of course I know. I told him. Any response? Let us worry about that. That doesn't sound ominous at all. Click, clack, click, clack, click. I do wonder if I could get accustomed to one of these loud mechanical keyboards some people love to use here love to use. Whenever I did my work in here, I was still expected to bring my own crappy laptop, still sit close to the lobby, always on the outside, no matter how hard I try to break in. A vibration in my back pocket feels like a bad omen. I decided to ignore it for now. I've been working on this fucking story for, I don't know, 16 months off and on. I know. You keep cheering me on. I know. We have even agreed on the pay I'd receive. I know. I'm 2 months behind on my rent. No, wait. 2.5. Catch him in guard. He's momentarily taken back, and then he gives me an empathetic stare. Don't you look at me this way. You don't have the right. I don't know. Well, now you do. Look, if there's anything I can do to help, if you can't tell me you're a big kahuna to fuck off, I don't think there's a single thing. Julia, while I smoke and light up, gotta get back in control. Hey, don't do that. There's a smoke detector here. No worries, Nick turned it off a few weeks ago. Probably the most creative thing he's done in the past 5 years. Good old Nick. The perfect 21st century cinema reviewer. Never had an original thought of his own, just relies on his purely algorithmic taste to stay likable. And the best thing is, it works. Funny, I used to dream about his job. It was Brian who killed this dream, making me realize Nick won't be unseated anytime soon, and offered to teach me the ways of an investigative journalist instead. Wasn't the career I wanted to pursue, but to my dismay, I turned out to be surprisingly good at it. Until this Montgomery thing sort of happened. Everything right, lesson learned. Should have pursued my dreams instead. Stop it. Nicholas is a good friend, a respected critic. Member of my team. And put out that smoke. People tell me I let you step all over me. Why do I even let you act this way? Because you once told me honesty is the most important in a mentor-student relationship. And that it works both ways because I thought we were friends. He bites his lip and stares sideways to avoid my eyes. At the end of the day, bosses aren't friends. Must have been a terrible mentor if I didn't even teach you that. And yet, you are still responsible for me. Oh no, you're not getting off the hook that easily. You're still my mentor, and I will make sure you take responsibility. You're getting rid of me, at least point me in the right direction. I need to get my shit together fast, and I can't do it on my own. Fair. I may have failed as a guide, but I will do what I can not to leave you stranded, okay? There are options. None of them are remedies for all of your troubles, but... Ugh, wait a second. Another vibration in my pocket, another foreboding feeling. This time I reluctantly take out the smartphone out of my pocket. If it has to rain, why not let it pour? A new email, it's a lengthy one in the sender. Speak of the devil! No, this can't be. Christ. I just got an email from Mila Lopez. She claims she's just been laid off from Double Spiral, same as Mike Antonov and Jared Riviera. What? What happened? I'll spare you all her insults, okay? The key thing is, seems their HR knows all the confidential information about my journalistic investigation and used it to shut everyone's mouth. Well, apparently Montgomery walked up to Lopez as she was emptying her desk and told her to thank me for being, quote, dumb, a quote, dumb and careless cunt. Brian goes pale. I think he has a very good reason to. You fucking scumbag. You outed my sources? What? Of course not. What are you even saying? Oh, don't you dare play coy. It must have been either you or me, no one else. And you know the way I work, my investigation was basically untraceable both on and offline. Carefully picked meeting spots, encryption upon encryption, every direct quote rewritten 5 times, just in case. All sort of red herrings scattered around. I know my shit, you know I do. In this timing, did you just pass a flash drive to your beloved big kahunas during a meeting as a sign of goodwill? Look, I get you're upset, but why don't we just talk about this through calmly? Okay, let's take it step by fuck you. Hello, Digimonologue. As you can see, I'm indulging in one of my pastimes. I know that visual novels don't do well on Twitch, but I don't really care for this month. I want something for me to on my Thursdays, and we're doing Vampire the Masquerade: Shadows of New York. Fury takes the wheel, and I'm just along for the ride. I can't do anything about it. A deranged way of realizing you're just a passenger in your own body feels liberating. Let's just see it all out unfold. Calmly. Fuck you, Brian. Julia. I've been paranoid for months and months, acting like everyone I didn't know was an assassin or a corporate spy. I know I haven't messed up in a way that would implicate all of them. You goddamn... You thought you could get away with this. I haven't done anything improper. Don't push blame on me. So what, you're claiming it's my fault because you're never the guilty one? It's always the bosses, the economy, the obligations you have, and now me. You're being silly. Quit with this martyr bullshit. Calm down, or I'll have to. You immoral shithead. You motherfucking. Calm down for God's sake. And so it goes. I yell a lot of words I wanted to say for a long time, but held back. I fling a lot of insults I'd been workshopping for years, hoping I'd never use them. I break a few things. At times, for a split second, I see pity in someone's eyes. It's gonna haunt me for a long time, but in the heat of the moment, I don't care. These people know this company has left nothing to offer me, so at least let me take this catharsis. And then the security guard has to escort me out of the building. And that's the end of my journalistic career. I feel like my world has crumbled into nothing. I mean, you have every right to. Like Jesus, if I were you, I would have already broken down into a sobbing mess. I'd love to, but I'm on a subway. Far too proud to cry in public even now. And... It's stupid. But... I feel like someone out there keeps destroying everything I hold dear. Just see my reaction, like it was a prank show and someone was waiting to record me crying. So out of sheer spot, I'm doing my best not to cry. Fuck you, whoever and whatever you are. That's the most Julia Sawinski thing I've ever heard. Spite as the greatest motivator, huh? Not feeling particularly motivated to do anything right now. To be honest, I just want to stay in my bed until my shithead landlord calls the cops to forcefully evict me. Not surprised. Shit, I know that whenever life decides to fuck you over, it's always one thing after another. But this is too much. How much is too much? Let's cap this last week of June 2019. I've been kicked out of my job. Well, not that I've ever been hired. So let's just say my mentor broke every vague promise he ever made to me. A big thing I'd been working on for a year and a half went down the toilet. It's all useless. My boss didn't protect my sources properly, and now they keep trying to reach me through every possible channel to threaten me or just yell at me. And they have every right to react that way. All my side gigs were shut down. Nobody's replying to my emails. Someone's been dragging my name through the mud behind the scenes, and it worked. I still have no idea who's sending these shitty messages around. I've been asking, but listen, don't worry about it. I'm not going to step up. I might watch you get canceled by some mean-spirited delusional. I said, don't worry about it. I have 3 unread messages from my landlord. The previews were stressful enough. A call came from Chicago. Apparently Dad had bladder cancer. Mom is in hysterics. She'd go crazy if she heard about my situation. So pretend everything is okay whenever she calls. And she calls every day, and she wants to hang up, where she offloads all of her burdens onto me, and I can't blame her, because we all had to learn to cope with Dad's psychopathic tendency somehow. I was robbed, all my documents and what little money I had gone. Don't even know when or where it happened. It's driving me crazy because I was extremely wary of pickpockets. The list goes on. I want to sound paranoid, but it really feels like a concerted attack. Paranoid is good. Anyway, I know I always hand wave this topic anyway, but just remember that if anything happens, my place is your place. You don't have to get through it alone. I do. I've been a troublemaker, and as self-centered as I may be, I don't want it to affect you. I know, listen. I have another call. Alright, just call me if anything happens, no matter how dumb it seems, okay? And swing by when you can. I will, thank you. See you. I put my phone away, exhale, and blankly stare in front of me. Christ. I glance at my reflection in the window. Just took a look at this idiot. When the situation required me to dress formally, I still feel a bit like a child cosplaying as an adult. Should have just followed the dress for the job you want advice and to continue dressing like a trust fund kid who keeps partying on Brooklyn rooftops for years without a care in the world. It's only after a while I realize the car is empty. Unnaturally so, I start to feeling uneasy. Someone enters my peripheral vision. That's the last thing I consciously register, the world dissolves. When I come to, I'm out of the subway, standing in the back alley I don't recognize. It's pretty dark. My eyes start adjusting. And I try to figure out what happened. There's a gun in my hand. Faint silhouette at my feet. It's not moving. Somebody stands in front of me, covered in shadows. Can't fully make out her face, but she stares at me with visible intent. She speaks. Her voice is raspy and androgynous, her tone hateful and mocking. Aren't you a nasty one? What's going on? Who are you? Don't play coy. My mind goes blank. I look at the ground, there's a body riddled with bullet holes. I recognize who it was. The corpse belongs to Mike Antonov, one of the double spiral whistleblowers, my source. He was just threatening to get back at me a few hours ago. Before I even feel even this tiny bit of compassion, I face a terrible realization. They will think I'm guilty. Oh my god. Am I guilty? How's this real? What have you done to me? You have done something. You have done something to do to me, haven't you? Back in the subway, that was you, wasn't it? A man is bleeding out at your feet, and you're somehow turning this around on me, somehow. I haven't done anything to him. Again? Don't play coy. You knew him. He was mad at you. You started telling him sob stories about your situation. He was having none of it. You got mad, things escalated, and he died. This isn't true. It's plausible, but doesn't make it true. Or does it? It's just a nightmare. It doesn't make sense. It must be a dream. And if it isn't, the person in front of me must be responsible. There's a faint voice in my head screaming that it's her world, and that I'm just living in it. What the fuck have you done to me? Nothing yet. But I'll do what I can to get you locked up for life. This is murder in the first degree with special circumstances. Her detached voice and nonsensical tone only reassures me that this can't be real. I refuse to believe it is. Before I even managed this thought through, I point the gun at her. If I did murder him, he wouldn't be acting like that. You wouldn't be standing in front of me, you would be running away, telling the police, begging for help, yelling that I'm a psycho. Oh, you are a psycho. I'm not a coward. I won't let you walk out of here alive. This doesn't make a single lick of sense. Tears well up my eyes. Why are you doing this? Because sometimes one has to confront what they have really been made of. And no two ways about it. She's gotta be nuts. Slowly but surely she walks toward me. Stop right there, or I'll shoot. Go on. It's the only way you can get off the hook, isn't it? Only way you can survive. But you'll definitely prove you are the monster I claim you are. What the fuck is this tone so controlling, inauthentic, and patronizing? I'm serious. For God's sake, you better be. She keeps getting closer. Maybe I did kill Antonov. Maybe I don't deserve to live. Maybe it's less tiring not to live. Maybe I should just let her take care of me. Maybe I'll just wake up. But maybe this insane reality needs to be rejected as violently as possible. Maybe a world that wants to destroy me deserves to be destroyed. Sit right in front of me. It's now or never. Shoot her. I close my eyes and squeeze the trigger. A loud bang echoes through the alleyway. I'm afraid to look at what I've done. I've been at a shouting range once and felt absolutely horrified by pistols. Such a small thing, but it can easily puncture a hole in the fabric reality is made of. Never knew I'd be able to use against another human being. The very thought makes me want to puke. You were a right choice after all. I'm so glad. You haven't allowed yourself to break. You've crossed the line I need you to cross. There's a silent flame in you that could become an inferno if left unchecked. I sure hope it will. She's still alive. Her voice is coming from behind me. She puts her hands around my waist. Her cold mouth touches my neck. I can feel my shirt getting violently torn off. I don't understand, but I'm too dazed to protest. That was your final test. Congratulations, you've proven yourself worthy. I feel something sharp sliding into my neck. It's not too painful, just startling. Think, a doctor pushing a needle into your vein without a proper warning. And then it hits me. Pure bliss. The dopamine receptors I've considered completely fried until now suddenly recover and start bombarding me with pleasure I've never known before. I finally let the tears go. They come flooding. They've been waiting for years. Such a relief. It is raining. Is it raining? I feel like I'm in the middle of a deluge. At least. Washing away all my fears. All my sorrows. All my anger. All my pain. All my ego. I become one with the world and the woman behind me. She's holding me tight, making me feel like the only important thing in the world. Everything else blurs. I feel something intense toward her, something I've never felt before. Is this love? I hope it is. This is not you, this is a familiar, cynical voice in the back of my head. But it's okay, I've never felt particularly fond of me anyway. New York, you're perfect. Oh, please, don't change a thing. He who laughs and shouts always has the last laugh. Hallelujah, praise be. When everything is cliche, nothing is. Isn't this the ever-distant utopia I've been chasing all along? People on the other trains, I hope you're doing fine. God, shut up and just enjoy it. You finally understand. She's making love to me. She's giving birth to me. She's burying me. I'm pretty sure I've been dead for a while. I'm pretty sure I could stare at my own corpse in her hands from a distance. For a moment, anyhow. And then I'm alive again. Her mouth lifts from my neck. No, wait, I taste blood in my mouth. Was I drinking her blood too? I realize that whatever this is, it's over, and I have to bask in that glow while I still can. I also immediately understand I'm going to chase this fleeting feeling for the rest of my existence. Finally, she lets out a whisper, which concludes the ceremony. No matter what happens next, don't forget, you're a monster. And you were lucky enough to be born into a world of monsters. So don't you ever mourn that fact. Embrace it. Once again, I find myself in Big Beat Burger. Familiar surroundings. Faces I recognize. Mood the same as it ever was. Still, I process in an entirely different way. It all frustrates me now. Or more precisely, it makes me frustrated with myself, like I'm clinging to the remnants of a cocoon I've outgrown. Good. It's the same with these cigarettes. I don't need them anymore, so why do I keep holding on to them? Fucking hell. It's like I refuse to accept that I'm somehow thing better than I used to be. A vampire. Just 2 nights ago, I met Karine. She embraced me. By which I mean, she turned me into a kindred. She called herself my sire, and me her child. Last night she taught me the basics of survival. Drinking blood, manipulating humans, bending steel, controlling shadows. Tonight, I expected more lessons. Instead, she told me to go out and enjoy myself. What's the catch, I asked. But she responded, I might kill you if you prove to be a disappointment. There are a few rules I have to uphold the masquerade. I can't contact no one I knew as a human. I can't let anyone realize I'm not human anymore. I can't embrace anyone and so on. Otherwise I'm free to do whatever I want. But for some reason, the first thing I did was come back here. All the habits die hard. Karine is probably watching me from somewhere, even now. The way I understand it, tomorrow she's supposed to introduce me to the Camarilla, a local society of vampires. Turns out they are the ones who have been systematically ruining my life lately. All part of some secret evaluation that I barely passed. Just imagining the reach they have makes me dizzy. After they destroyed the old me I barely cared about, Karen rebuilt me anew. On one hand, her test left some scars that will take some time to heal. On the other hand, maybe I should just be grateful. I snapped out of my thoughts by a sudden scream. Some douchebag yelling about his french fries not being salty enough. I think that's my cue to leave. Permanently. Goodbye, BBB. Hope I never see you again. Destined for greater things, you see. The first person I eat. So this is the first person I eat. The risks of swiping right. This Tinder addict smells a bit like a loser. Intellectual wannabe. C. A perfect source of nourishment. Dance macabre. Time to swing a little more on the devil's dance floor. The club beckons. Retributive justice. A meathead bully and his unfortunate victim. I probably shouldn't interfere. But what better chance could I find to test what I've become? Two men are facing one another in a dark back alley. One of them stands, his back against the wall, his chest heaving as he's struggling to catch his breath. People! Anyone out there? I'm being robbed! A brawny, rugged guy is yelling at metal staircases with a theatrical incredulity in his voice. The lightless deputy dances around an older man who's having trouble with finding his footing. What is this bullshit? Oh. So now you can talk. Good, because I'm dying to hear what you did with my wallet, Holmes. Wallet? I have no idea what you're talking about. One moment, my dear.
I'll bring it to you. You want rice and rice and tonkatsu.
The goon starts prancing around like a Muay Thai boxer. He's smiling, but his eyes send a clear message. You're cornered, buddy. Don't even try to pull a fast one on me. Come on, homeboy. You may be able to trick an average Joe on the streets with your act, but fire recognizes a fire. It's like an animal thing. It's an instinct thing. You got some moves on you. You're like shit. You're like a black mamba. Lightning fast reflexes. He starts shadow boxing for a moment. The man's definitely got energy to spare. However, I'm like a king cobra. You've met your match. Two apex predators now locked in battle. Oh, so you're seeing snakes. That would explain some of this. Before you're able to finish, a sucker punch knocks the air right out of his lungs. Oh man slides down the wall before he can let out the ground. He's interrupted by a brutal kick to the chest. That's what I'm talking about. Fighting spirit, even when you're cornered. Take a seat. Deep breath. Collect your thoughts before you speak again. Remember where you put my wallet now? I'm pretty sure you broke my rib. An eye for an eye, a rib for a ribbing, a biblical punishment. It's only fair, homie. Fair? I at least admit that this is a mugging. Wallet my ass. Thank you, my dear.
I brought your orange pepper if you wanted to use it.
Yes, please.
Glass, want me to refill the water?
Oh, thank you, my dear. I have tonkatsu. Delicious, delicious tonkatsu. And he knows me very well. He brought me my special seasoning jar. I love my boyfriends, yes I do. Let's take a little break while I eat food, shall we? Also, it's kind of weird that I haven't gotten alerts about my ads. You, my dear.
Thank you.
And we are back. Welcome in. Still in denial, okay. Let's say I had about 5,000 bucks in there. Give me 6 grand and I'll let you walk away. Relatively unharmed. So you admit it. Admit what? That this is not about proper compensation, this is about robbery. Look, buddy, this is the beginning to bore me, so unless you want me to go all Anderson Silva on your ass, give me what I want. Anderson Silva? Yeah, Anderson Silva. Flying knee meets your solar plexus, the man, the myth, and legend. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Thai boxing, Western boxing, Taekwondo, Wing Chun, Capoeira, combined into a single fighting style that can be only described as straight-up murder. I've been studying the glorious singular that is Sylvia Anderson for years. Every move I have, I owe to him. So if you don't want this snake to turn into a deadly spider, show me the money, honey. Summer 2013, Las Vegas. Watch it live on pay-per-view. Weidman saw through all of Sylvia's tricks, whooped his ass, broke his spirit, showed him for a fraud he is. The man hasn't been the same ever since. All the empty showboating, hollow, taunting, drunk on his old cold-eyed Jesus. Of course you idolize him, asshole. For a good minute, the goon silently looks down at the whimpering man at his feet. Chewing on his lower lip, finally speaks up, his voice betrays an intent to kill. You know what? Homeboy, screw the money. This is a matter of honor now. My thoughts exactly. Ha. We've got ourselves a mixed martial arts expert here, huh? For your own sake, I hope you can back that talk with some self-defense skills, homie. This is pathetic. Boosting your self-esteem by beating up an injured old geezer? God damn, you're pathetic. He jumps at the sound of my voice, turns my way. In the blink of an eye, I immediately assume the combat stance. His reflexes are sharp. Looks at least he has at least this much to back up all his braggadocio. Wannabe Anderson Silva. Silva's face betrays utter confusion upon seeing me. He has no idea how I managed to sneak up on him. I don't blame him. I wouldn't be able to explain it myself. It felt like I became one with the darkness, my pure consciousness traversing a dusky land dreamscape, jumping from one shower to another, as if they were different trains of thought. I think of some experiences I had with psychedelics. Every blink, an adventure. I was outside of this alley, blink. I was above the alley, blink. Now I'm in front of this guy, and he pisses me off. Lower man slumps down, looks like he was trying his best to keep it together, and gave up once the cavalry arrived. The gooey Ragoon regains his composure and barks at me in an overly gruff way. The hell you sneaking around for, Chica? Move along, this is between men. Not anymore. His fist turned for me. I'm serious. I am an equal opportunity ass kicker. I respond to the threat with the brightest, most innocent, virginal smile I can put on. So you're into shadow boxing, huh? Something comes over me. I can feel the darkness embracing me, sweet, whispering sweet nothings in my ear, pumping me up for what's to come. Low, spinning. Reverse elbow! Might as well give this a try. Where I managed to spy my elbow crashes into his face. A few bad teeth land on the ground. I know what he's thinking, I should have blocked it. And he absolutely should have. Instead, he's just flinging his arms helplessly as if he found himself suddenly in front of an incoming train. A primal expression of fear that suddenly and completely took him over. I don't know how I look right now, but judging by his expression, my best guess is like a gaping maw of some primordial beast, followed with a surprise attack with another punch to the solar plexus. That's my nearest estimate. Once again, the effect terrifies even myself. Look at my hunch was correct. I hit the right spot. He falls to the floor, whining like a wounded animal, tears streaming down his face. I let him collect himself for a bit, and then I grabbed him by his chin. Learn to choose your battles, homeboy. Let me go. Let me, for Christ's sake, just let me go. I kick him in the direction of the alley entrance. He staggers off, quickly disappearing from my sight. I check on his victim. He looks conscious. Wow, you whipped his ass, kiddo, but I haven't noticed anything out of order. Good. I was getting worried I might have overdone it a bit. The woman did say that keeping a low profile will be crucial if I want to survive. You alright? Need help? He managed to stand up. His smile is strained, but it suggests he's fine. At least he's trying his best to seem fine. Now you gave me all the help I needed and then some. Thank you, miss. What's your name? Jessica. Ha! Thanks, Jessica. I was worried for a second. But this asshole's bark was worse than his bite. He's probably in worse shape than me now. I guess that counts as a victory. I better be going. My wife is probably worried sick. But before that, is there anything I can do to repay you? I don't want to be the asshole here. You might have gotten lucky with that washed-up Silva wannabe. But I'm basically Jonah Jerizarek. You don't want to mess with me, wallet. He considers his options for a moment before breathing out a deep sigh of frustration and passing me the wallet. Jerizarek, huh? You're an MMA fan? An ex-copywriter. It used to be my job to know all sorts of useless garbage. He raises his eyebrows and then gives the wallet in my hand. One last longing glance. Don't even think about it, Black Mamba, unless you want your friends to hear about a scrawny copywriter girl kicking your ass. With an unconvincing threat, I want to crack up at the tone of my voice. Just a completely botched delivery. Still, somehow it works. The man makes a quick exit. Well, as quick as his limp lets him. A peek into the wallet. $5,000? No, $5,500. Wow. Who the fuck carries this much money on him? My guess, it wasn't obtained illegally. I just hope they're the real deal and not smart bills or whatever. Seems that my rent just got taken care of. Jesus. The future's looking bright. I like Julia. She's a really fun protagonist. Dance Macabre. This club reeks of death and I love it. I've been here quite a few times. I've never seen anything this breathtaking. Everyone around me is dancing, racked out of their minds, and as they keep dancing madly, the spirits dance beside them. Spectral silhouettes phase in and out of existence, becoming more visible the more intense the music grows. Looks like a bizarre ritual of profane mass. I notice it's the voice samples the ghosts react to the strongest. The more suggestive ones cause them to appear distorted, even tormented. Spectre. It's as if something was struggling to be born out of the harsh sounds and the dead were hoping to be reborn alongside it. They're all uneasy, quivering with desire for something far beyond their reach. Probably same as when they were alive. Sometimes the living dancers spot their dead counterparts. It's usually the most manic ones who know something out of the corner of their eyes. For only a split second, they never realize what they glimpsed. Some apparitions dance to a completely different tune than the rest. One only they can hear. They seem the saddest. The spectacle is eerie. At times it's unbearingly melancholic. Above all, it's beautiful. I keep moving to the rhythm until I reach a trance-like state. And then something even stranger happens. Every now and then, I brush against someone. Fragmentary vision appears before my eyes. A car burning on a freeway, an outstretched hand in the depths of the sea, a man jumping out of a skyscraper window. Memories of the past, preventable visions of the future. I have no idea what it means, but I'm strangely eager to find out. Ooh. And then there are dancers like her, ones that aren't ghosts, humans, or even vampires, but something else altogether. This world, new world, is full of mysteries, and I plan to get to the bottom of it. But for now, I just want to dance. Wow, what a night. I watch Times Square from above. It's beautiful. Never thought this place could make me emotional, to be honest. And here I am, feeling deeply moved. Who would have thought? Getting up here was surprisingly easy, all things considered. It took more thought than physical effort. Earlier tonight, I started experimenting with my body's limits. I realized I can jump over small buildings and climb steep walls with ease now, and the whole perception of space has shifted. I planned a scenic route across the rooftop to do my best to avoid attracting attention, just as I was told. Stay in the shadows as much as humanly possible. Spy drone from afar. For a second, I felt uneasy, but I remember what she told me. Machines can't get a clear view of me anymore. Camera footage, photos, it's all glitched out or blurry. Wouldn't take it for granted if I didn't try to catch my reflection earlier on. I couldn't even see my face clearly, not in the mirror, not even in a puddle. My face is like one of the Dali's clocks. Show me keep a low profile around. Someone might take note and track you down. Didn't care to elaborate, but it didn't sound encouraging. Suddenly, it hits me that I might never be able to see my own face again. I won't be able to take care of my looks by myself. And what about the long-term psychological effects? And not of anxiety is in my tightens in my stomach. Jesus, this is probably just the tip of the iceberg. What else is going to change? Calm down. Wait a second. These past few nights have been the best of my life. No years. I was on a downward spiral, failing health, no future, a feeling of overwhelming powerlessness. Now everything has been flipped upside down, a total paradigm shift. A bad ending is no longer the only option. I'm actually looking forward to tomorrow. I forgot how that feels. Where it used to stand on mere seconds to midnight, the doomsday clock has effectively been turned off. A cold breeze brushes my cheek. As stupid as it sounds, I choose to read it as a world telling me to chin up. I can bend anyone to my will. I am capable of superhuman strength, and I'm a master of shadows. I can even pay my rent in Brooklyn of all places. I can do anything. Tomorrow night I'll be introduced to my duties. If everything goes according to plan, I'll be the New York City representative of Plain Sombra. However they are, whatever that means, I have no idea what to expect. But tonight isn't tonight. I'm free. All my worries from a month ago feel like they belong to someone else. Finally, things are looking up. So, for those who don't know about Vampire the Masquerade, this is a pretty good depiction of what it feels like to be a very freshly embraced La Sombra. Shadows of New York. March 2020. Back at it again. Big Beat Burger. Sounds familiar. Familiar sounds, familiar smells, familiar faces. Yet again, I'm recalling that night with everything finally seeming to change for the better. I mean, it's not like I expected everything to go back to the old, depressing normal. Even in the thick of it, the rational part of me recognizes that my state was as temporary. But with these highs, there's always a hope that it won't end. Or maybe that an ego death will finally occur. But be satisfied, you stupid fucking bitch. I command you! Here's all the logic evidence for why you should be satisfied. Here's the obvious direction of you for your life. And here's a detailed explanation of how you should treat the people that you care about, that care for you. No dice. I always fall back on the same old habits. It's like they were encoded deep into my DNA. The aimlessness, the powerlessness, the spiritual exhaustion, these goddamn fast food trips. The stupid fucking self-loathing now amplified whenever I drink someone's blood. Maybe I should just blame it all on the short of my birth. You do this social climbing until you dissociate, and then you are just this untethered, constantly frustrated ball of dumb desires. Except, I'm sort of immortal right now. I need to figure out what to do next. Watched this obscure Asian movie once. Eli Lima Sebastani pitching Tadadabano Asano. One of the coolest guys in the world. He plays this Mirazarab-like figure, a legendary noise musician. There's a mysterious virus spreading around the world, causing despair and mass suicides. A rich CEO's granddaughter gets sick and longs to die, so he spends a fortune searching for a cure. Turns out Asano and his friend, played by this violent Osen geisha guy, are traveling through Japan searching the corpse-strewn towns and fields for any unique items that can produce beautiful sounds. As it turns out, the avant-garde walls of noise they create are able to kill the infected. CEO begs the band to help, offering them all the money they want. For some reason, they refuse. Through a series of flashbacks, constant vignettes, a mystery unfolds. Eventually, we realize that Asano's music is not just a remedy, it's also a cause of the virus. Whenever it connects with people, they get this hunger for more extreme, more novel experiences, and eventually they hit a wall and nothing can satisfy them anymore. They lose their will to live. Not even the musicians are spared from this curse. They know the end will come sooner or later. The girl is saved by a mind-blowing concert, but the tragedy is merely postponed and not averted. The last shot of a Jesus-like Asano silently considers his role as a savior and destroyer stayed with me. The form of the film is abrasive. Little to no narrative coherence, some weird cartoonish creative choices. The Japanese noise soundtrack. The very freeform and hard to understand weave of themes. At this point, movies like this are all that truly connect with me. I'm the New York City representative of the Ensemble Clan now, also known as the Night Clan. They're masters of shadows who cast distorted reflections and make modern tech go haywire in their presence. Last year, I joined, a few months before I was embraced, the Ensemble had joined with Camarilla, the biggest and most traditional sect in the vampire world. Two groups actually used to fight each other, but our leaders found some intel that made them reconsider their strategy, so they sent a diplomatic mission to parley with their historical enemies. The deal they got in Chicago was simple: an unlife for an unlife. For every Lesumber vampire allowed in the Ivory Tower, one Lesumber vampire had to meet their ultimate end. Still remember the name of the woman who met her final death just so I could begin my own life. Her name was Hester Reed, a sworn enemy of the Camarilla, a guerrilla fighter who spent decades opposing them. She was someone with far better principles than mine, from what I gathered. Well, whoever she was, her execution by my sire served to convince the New York City elites to give us Lesumbra a chance. Then they took out a look for the mutually agreed upon candidate who'd become the clan's rep in the city. My sire searched for someone who gave the impression she was more than she appeared. The local court was looking for somebody they could walk all over. After long negotiations, they decided I was a good compromise. They proceeded to systematically destroy my entire life just to make me show I was psychologically strong enough to join their ranks. The turncoat specially call it. Somehow I succeeded. And eventually, it led me back to where I stand. Sigh. I stop writing and put my pen down. Will that be all? Yes, Miss Duval. I hope you enjoyed your stay in London. Yes, I very much doubt I will. Just like every cultured person, I think the only good Englishman is a dead Englishman. Privileged scum. Must be nice traveling the road and all that. Caracas, Mogadishu, Shanghai, the blood tastes the same everywhere you go. The big difference is that your dudes become more of a hassle. This is all, every word you uttered tonight just made you more punchable. Oh, that will be all? Tell Kadir I said hello and farewell. Safe travels. Don't let the door hit you on your way out, psycho. Ah, well. I'm the lowest I'm running this town, and my representation overall means jack shit. No title, no perks, no whatever. Right now, I'm the court's gopher, doing all the sorts of work nobody else will touch. My main duties? Being a sort of immigration officer. See, New York City is probably the biggest vampire travel hub in the USA. Definitely the biggest on the East Coast. Almost every kindred arrives from Africa or Europe comes through here. The local camera is nuts about bureaucracy and population control, so every vampire leaving and arriving in this town is supposed to check with me to inform me about their travels. On theory at least, the VIPs play by different rules. They take care of this stuff through connections and servants. But for the smaller fish, I'm like the vampire Statue of Liberty, the first bloodsucker every kindred coming to NYC should see, on paper anyway. The first after the Prince, or Kadir, the Prime Champion, the Primogen Council. These things vary, yeah. I'm naturally traitorous for Lasamba, so they still prefer being traditional and hands-on with these things. As I said, at the end of the day, I'm just a gopher. And this work only serves to remind me I'm not quite in just standing at the gate. They haven't even given me an office. I just meet everyone in public places like a coffee shop or this fast food restaurant. Some consider this an insult and lash out at me, but luckily most of them understand that we're in the same boat, only here because we're curs who need to be reminded of our place from time to time. Speaking of, my last client is 50 minutes late and I still have more errands to run tonight. This is getting irritated. To be honest, I should just find some self-respect and leave. I won't. My sorry upbringing left me with this stupid sense of responsibility. 10 more minutes passed. Eventually, an unfamiliar woman passes by the door. She tells me someone to stand by the door and then walks in. Long chestnut hair, body stuck in her late teens by the look of it. A fashionable scarf covering most of her face, elegant clothes, dignified rock. I see a little hair to sit in front of me. I best not to let my impatience show. She obliges. Took her time, huh? One day, it'll be beautiful. I'll learn to keep all that bitterness in and stop getting in trouble. Sorry, Miss Lewinsky, was it? This is not exactly the kind of place we expected. She's scanning her surroundings like we're in a circus. I hope you won't mind if I make it quick. I'm needed in Elysium name. Catherine Weiss. Oh, I swear I heard that name before. Someone else's description. A weird lady who owns the art hall, but is never there? Weird. So it is here. Catherine Reese, the owner of the art hall, de facto headquarters of the New York City Camarilla. For fuck's sake, Julia, what are you do calling her weird right off the bat? God knows you've already made a fool of yourself and enough of VIPs in the city recover. I'm sorry, it's just that I don't know many people there. Let's go by the descriptions I'm given by members of the Primogen. Well, that description is mostly correct. Aside the one where that slightly perplexes me. Not calling the kettle black sounds like. From what I gather, it's just that your interests are rumored to be not fully aligned with the Camarilla, and it irks some folks up there. Being a keeper of the Elysium is not enough for some, I see. I suspected as much. But, what can you do? She seems chill good. So, Catherine Weiss, wow. Yes, want me to spill it? People often have trouble getting it right. Forgive my indiscretion. It's just that people with your stature usually don't botch in with me. They usually report their arrival to one of the Primogen. They make all their arrangements. I heard Prince Panhand is busy with the preparation for her big party. I assumed that if I spared her some paperwork, she'd appreciate it as a gesture of goodwill. Besides, I wanted to meet the infamous Sombra set representative out of sheer curiosity. My interest peaked once I heard about her. She looks around knowingly. Unique circumstances. Yes, Prince Helene Panhard had trouble justifying the exorbitant rent my property would need. It's literally pennies for her, and as far as I know, she's been sitting on an empty property since last year. Looks like they've got it out for you bad. That's what I assumed, but it's nice to get confirmation. Well, it's not like my clan's been ever particularly popular in these parts. At least that's what I've heard. Sins of the father and so on. It's just to make sure you've never met Hester. You know of her. I do know I wouldn't be here if not for her. Have you two met? Only I've heard of her once or twice. We had similar outlooks on many issues, although we tended to come in complete different solutions. In any case, I think it's meaningful that Hester died so that you could live. They feared her. Now they fear you, and that's why they're keeping you down. If anyone who's not a VIP said this to me, I'd laugh in their face. Oh, I get what she's doing. She's trying to buy me my favors. I don't want to act like I'm easy to please. Stick to business. Time will tell. In the meantime, I'll need you to help me out with my documentation. Of course. So where are you coming from? Washington, D.C.? She said it the way that people in Hollywood movies say it. But it suggests that her Washington is wildly different from the Washington you and I would see. What were you doing there? Take a wild guess. Government work? Write that down. It ought to amuse Helene a little bit. If you say so. Date and hour of arrival. She takes out a plane ticket and slides it toward me. It's all here. 1 a.m. got it. Method transit, plane. The purpose of visit? Meeting with Prince. Ought to work just fine. I guess estimated duration of the visit. Undefined. Right in 6 months if you really need to. Place of accommodation. Conditions of intended stay. The art hall conditions should be accurate. You tell me. I tend to be happy with Airbnb home sweet home. I'm not certain that I ever felt particularly at home here. That makes two of us. Curious. Do you have nothing holding you here? The face of the blonde-haired friend appears in my mind's eye, then vanishes. There's nothing holding me anywhere. I see. A prolonged silence. She stares into my eyes, and I return the stare. She's studying me. It's unnerving, but I do my best not to turn away. Eventually she smiles. Can you say you were short on time? Oh god, yes, Kadir will kill me. Quickly I begin to collect my stuff from underneath the table. You can simply inform him I paid you a visit. He'll understand. He'll pass it on to everyone who should be in the know. I'll do that, yeah. Good. We'll see each other soon, I hope. Party tomorrow at night? I wasn't invited. She gives me a pitying look. I understand. Well, if not given the opportunity, we should make our own. I'll be in touch. Good night, Miss Weiss. I hope you have a pleasant stay. Good night, and don't rush these things. You got your whole life ahead of you, and you're in a position where you can take it easily. Where you can take it easy. Take your time. Get a different perspective. I nod and slowly walk out the door. Outside of the restaurant, I sprint toward the subway. Slow night. I wish you're late again, and by the way, hope you have a good excuse. Kadir al-Sami, the mighty sheriff of New York City, is not happy with me. No wonder I met him in front of him 30 minutes late, earlier than the time we agreed on. Yeah, well, Catherine fucking Weiss decided to arrive fashionably late. A likely story, she's supposed to be out of the city. If you think I'm pulling your leg, boss, feel free to check my report. I pass him all the official papers the way I do every night. Kadir stares me down for a good few seconds, then his steely gaze softens. You're serious. Weiss in McDonald's with the mask and elegant clothes surrounded by the smell of French fries and hamburger patties. That must have been one hell of a sight. Technically it was BBB and not McDonald's, but yeah. God, made such a fool of myself. First thing I did, I quoted somebody calling her a weirdo. I wanted down the spot. Serves you right, you're a walking faux pas. I've been trying to teach you to control your tongue, but you never learn. It's a new gaffe every week with you. Still, there's good news and bad news. The good news is Catherine has a fondness for vampires of humble beginnings. Perhaps why she decided to see you in your, shall we say, natural habitat. She's one of those red arch scenes assholes who seek out working class cred. I did say something about watching her tongue. Bad news is, she is very astute. She can recognize a moron like you straight away. You never stood a chance of impressing her. Oh, shut up. You still need me for anything here? I'll get on it straight away. It would have been staying here chatting with you if I hadn't taken care of my duties. 30 minutes is all it took to finish preparation for the big party. I'm about to see everyone off. Sorry. Couldn't be helped, I suppose. It's more your loss than mine. Just wanted some company tonight, and you really could use a chance to appear here on official duties so everyone get to know your face. Heaven knows your fast food job isn't going to get you anywhere. You need to, what can I say, call it hustle? You don't need to tell me that, but it's not like being paraded around for a bunch of blue-blooded douchebags is. Somehow not managed to give me a painful nudge in the back without so much as a hint of visible movement. Language, you fool, they're coming out. Just stand here in the silence for 5 minutes and focus on not embarrassing yourself any further, will you? Fisk. Got it. First two silhouettes appear in the doorway of the art hall. Old man in a wheelchair pushed forward by his young servant. Haven't seen either of them before. Mr. Payne! I'm still young, I hope you're find the rest of it pleasant. Payne, the wheelchair, I've heard of him. Addison Payne, one of the American Camero's main connections to the government in Wall Street. Disabled in quite a few ways, needs a servant to communicate. I'd be full of resentment if I was embraced into this condition, but apparently Payne is nothing but grateful for his immortality. He keeps writing fervent defenses of the traditions and Camarilla customs. Good night, Mr. Payne. Kadir turns to the next person leaving. Hi, Regent. Can't wait to see you in your outfit. Spare me, Sheriff. These fancy dress parties caused me enough suffering without your help. I can only hope you haven't conspired with Helen to embarrass me with this gift. She points at a shrink-wrapped set of clothes that she's carried inside her coat. Kadir smirks briefly. I didn't have to. As you well know, Prince Painhard displayed a considerable foresight in the matter of party planning. Yes, if there's one thing she's deathly serious about, it's frivolities. Thank you for the hydrate and howl! Sorry for just noticing that. A recognizably immortal quality, especially for a prince. We ought to celebrate it, not oppose it. Don't worry, Sheriff, I'm a big girl who knows her etiquette. I will play your game, amuse the crowd for a little bit, and return to my study as fast as possible. Isling Sturbridge, High Regent of the Chantry of the Five Boroughs, a hero of the Battle of New York, the biggest warlock in town. Could be a prince herself if she didn't have her eyes on a bigger prize. Thing is, nobody knows what that prize is. They only know that it has something to do with their goal of thaumaturgical research. Anybody tries to find out about it, what it is, failed violently. Oh, I'm sure you're going to have fun. Miss Crowley here just informed me Catherine Weiss is back in town. Is it safe to assume she will be joining our facilities? You're kidding me. She did say she will attend the party. Not safe to assume, it's certain. She told me she will be here tomorrow night. Weiss. Excellent, I'd love to catch up with her. The barely concealed venom in her voice clearly suggests that, in fact, she'd hate to catch up with her. Yes, it looks like tomorrow night will be very special, but for now, I bid you adieu. And she's gone. Is there some kind of story between Aisling and Weiss that I should be aware of? Could say that High Regent Sturbridge once attempted to call for a blood one hunt on Weiss. Wow, bye. I heard 5 different versions of the story, but all of them seem plausible. Catherine's relationship with the city is odd, to say the least, but hush for now. Jealousy trying to kill a congregation, the appearance of Thomas Arturo gives him a perfect way out. Mr. Arturo! Ah, Alasawami! Keep up the good work, eh? Of course. Thomas Arturo, an architect of a trade, he's a herald. A member of Prince Panhard's inner circle, a eccentric whose thoughts seem to be 10 times faster than his words. Good night. Ah, yes. Disappeared in the night? Well, that was weird. Maybe I should stand in their way. That might force them to probably ignore my existence. You certainly underestimated their dedication to ignoring whelps like you. And just in case you're serious, how big of you? Don't. I've been meaning to ask this for you for a while now, but never had the opportunity. You really hate Arturo's guts, don't you? He carefully measures his diplomatic response. I have no strong feelings about Thomas Arturo whatsoever. Yeah, well, considering you're always listening positive about every local Commonwealth representative under the moon, you might as well have called him a cunt. Language whelp. And as for Arturo, I will share my opinion on him as soon as I come up with one that sticks for more than a week. A group of kindred emerged from the art hall, rushing toward the street. Only a noble-looking woman stops next to us. She wears a hijab, but curiously enough, doesn't hide her hair beneath it. Primogen. If you were rude enough to stare, you'd quickly notice that the clothes serve mostly to cover up her horrifying scars. Kadir, oh, and young Julia. I'm doing my best not to stare because Samir is one of the few NYC camera figures who hasn't been an asshole to me yet. Still here, did the prince acquire the plan of the hunt's council and some manager? Yes, I advised her that no matter how hard she tries, she shouldn't expect me to wear a different costume tomorrow night. She's the Banu Hakim Primogen, just like the Osama, their clan was independent from the Cameroon until relatively recently. However, they negotiated a better deal than we did. They have a Primogen for one. Hailing from the Middle East, the Banu Hakim are drawn for the practice of justice. The rules must be upheld and every transgression punished. I don't have much say in NYC, but the press often seeks their judgment. It's just good PR. I trust you with understanding. Those are beautiful clothes. Thank you so much. I'm eager to see the outfit you came up with. And how are you, Julia? Have you seen any lights at the end of the tunnel? I've seen one. Yeah, I'm pretty certain. Yeah, and I'm pretty certain it's a train. Sorry to hear that. I trust you're pestering the prince and your superiors to improve your standing. Yeah, it's a process. Oh, Julie, you want to achieve everything if you don't keep reaching for it. Kadir, you were supposed to teach her the ropes. I'm trying to, Primogen, but this child, it's always a process. I can only wish you luck then, Julia. Good night, Julia. Good night, Kadir. Good night. Have a safe trip. You like her, don't you? Stop with your class clown act, Whelp. It only serves to reveal deep insecurities. Wow, that's harsh. It's factual. As harsh as you claim. She did tell us both to call her Samira, but you're still keeping your distance with the Primogen shit. Watch your profanity, and don't project your fantasies onto me. I won't give you a lesson about professional boundaries, but I suspect the way you will eventually learn about it will be extremely unpleasant. Am I interrupting something, good folks? Carter Vander Waren. Even though I'm constantly pestering him, continues composure and is unshaken. His response comes swift and unfazed. Not at all, Mr. Vander Waden. Heading back to your office. You know me, my dear sheriff. Where else would I go? Now that's curious. Even though Carter Vander Waden is a Primogen as well, Malkavian to be precise, I don't hear Kadir address him as such. To see you tomorrow. Well, I will absolutely show her, provided I can, but just in case, I already apologize for not making it to the prince. Simply drowning in work these days. The rhythms, tempos, and international pounds of his voice are so familiar. Half of it sounds like JFK, the other half sounds exactly like Barack Obama. Just in his appearance, it all feels so fake. His old money, of course, comes from a long line of Dutch migrants who originally settled in New York regions. Runs a wildly successful law office, rubs elbows with elites of both kindred and kind varieties alike. He seems perfect in every way, and that's why he's so unnerving. He's a child of Malkov and must be blessed with some affliction, but whatever it is, you gotta let it show. Hard not to wonder what he's hiding. Inspiration or plan to last all week. Are you sure you will find the time? I pray I will, my good man. I pray I will. In case you need to reach me, you know where to find me. Have a good one. He doesn't seem to register my presence before leaving. Sometimes I think that they're all still helping Alston to go away. Car drives away in his limousine. Kadir shakes his head. You wanted to hear about which members of New York City camera I dislike the most? Yes. He shoots me a knowing glance and smirks. Too bad they're all my dear colleagues, and I deeply respect every one of them. Sure you do. Wouldn't want to blurt out something that could lock you out of, Mr. Vander Waden's legal services, would you, you ass kisser? I do expect to find myself in need of a good defensive toner when my broke, incompetent, and foul-mouthed assistant finally pushes me over the edge. Rude. Do you still need me here? I still need to swing by St. Patrick's today. Don't worry, we're almost done. The prince is coming out. Captain is the last person to leave the ship, huh? There she is, Helene Penhard, the big kahuna, as someone I once knew would call her. The de facto ruler of New York City and a self-professed patron of the arts. Kadir, a penny for your thoughts? You'd be pleased to hear that the High Regent is resigned to her fate. Prince, Mr. Vander Waden, is decidedly not. I suspect he will be too busy to join the facilities all the week through. Excellent. Turns me, Miss Sawinski, weren't you supposed to be accompanying our good sheriff in his duty tonight? There was an unexpected change of plans. Catherine Weiss is back in town to the city. Catherine is here. Now that's a welcome surprise, but what does that have to do with you, Miss Sawinski? She wanted to amuse herself. She looks like she wanted to meet me and amuse herself by seeing the way I, operate. I can guilt trip her about my current standing. I absolutely will. Ah, so the two of you met in a fast food restaurant, my prince. I see. Helene rubs her eyes. Catherine and her love of proletarian amusement. I suppose it will be a source of amusing anecdotes this week. If you want to avoid signaling this in future, might I be a good time to discuss offering Miss Sawinski an office of her own? We'll get to it eventually. There are more pressing matters at hand. The festivities start tomorrow, and there's still so much to be done. Will you make sure the art hole is secure before leaving? Certainly, my prince. Oh, good night. Good night, Kadir. Good night, Miss Sawinski. We'll talk about your work soon, don't worry. Of course. Good night, Prince Panhard. The chauffeur escorts her to the limo. There's an awkward silence between me and Kadir until the car disappears around the corner. More pressing matters, huh? A penny for your thoughts, Sheriff? I'm certain an image of a keeper of Elysium stuck in a fast food restaurant will linger in Prince Panhardt's mind. You're far closer to your goal than you were a few minutes ago. I'm pretty sure I've heard you say something to that effect a few times now. I stand by my words. Rome wasn't built in a day, Julia. As a Camarilla loyalist, don't you think it sucks that the Ivory Tower is so hellbent on showing disrespect to my clan? They're actually willing to make fools of themselves in the process. You know, I didn't do our own hazing rituals, but yes, the current situation is not ideal. Whatever. You need a hand closing up the Elysium? Oh man, she's getting late. Better run. Some shadow in Chicago is probably impatient to get a copy of the report you've given me. You please one master, now it's time to please the other. Yeah, here's the thing about working for two masters. Neither of them really thinks of you as their own. Not knowing how to reply, Kadir shrugs. I wave to him goodbye and head for the subway. When I reach the St. Patrick's Cathedral, I am greeted by that voice that grates on me like teeth on tinfoil. Well, 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 the prodigal daughter returns. Oh my god, no. This is the one thing I didn't want to happen. Julia, please. Thou shalt not take the name of our Lord, God, the Lord thy God in vain. Where's Father Leonard? His clergy duties keep him from getting here on time. He sent me an apology in his name and to keep you company for a few minutes. That's the second thing he ought to apologize for. He just wants his flock to live in unity. I am more than willing to oblige him. Why wouldn't you? But last time I'm not part of his flock. We have a purely professional arrangement. Wes, I know you see it that way. The Knights Clan's tendency to stick close to the Catholic Church is their greatest virtue, but they still consider the relationship purely instrumental. This is why we need a kindred like you to bring the spiritual change to your clan. To make them understand God's precious gifts. As they get to the light, the greater their shadows will become. Again with his insufferable sermonizing. Bennett Segal. Benoit Segal. Benoit Segal. Here is a local nutjob and ex-artist, a degenerate who had some sort of a complete mental breakdown in the 90s. To recover, he took to religion for solace and guidance. At first, he proclaimed his readiness to the right. The rest of his own life to studying autism. A few years ago, though, he changed his mind and rejoined the Catholic Church instead. As luck would have it, his neophyte zeal found a major target in me. When I first met, I was stupid enough to tell him I was raised Catholic and still identified as such somehow. He immediately pictured me as some sort of force for change within the Camarilla and set out to put me back on the righteous path. Now he won't stop preaching to me, apparently, until I become a nun. Remember, the darkest place is directly beneath the candle. You turncurts have this unfortunate predisposition to find salvation right within your gaps and then lose your way in the shadows. Christ, once he starts, he just won't stop! I guess it's time to bring out the big guns. By the way, I'm being asked, got any news about Sophie Langley? A painful grimace crosses his face, but doesn't linger. I don't read to change the subject, you know. Rude, I'm just looking for a topic both of sides of this conversation would care about. You know, like any guide on etiquette says you should. Salvation is a topic close to anyone's heart, whether they admit it or not. And it's pretty bloody to assume I still care about Langley. I do not assume. I'm certain you do. The second she retires from the pie, you stop acting like Jesus era Kanye and start acting like Jesus is King era Kanye. Coincidence? I've never had a Jesus era. Do people really call it that? Here's how it's going to work. Tell me what you know. I'll tell you what they say. And keep in mind, I didn't know she was your sire until a few nights ago. Hell, I haven't even met her. He went to the bit at me saying hell, but let's go. Sure, I figure you would have prodded that wound long ago if you knew. But what do you care anyway? Better let you drone on about your tormented past and to let you carry on with your good missionary shtick. Professional curiosity, once a journalist, always a journalist. He scratches his head and exhales in a sad mockery of a chuckle. Fine, I'll do my best to make it short. Just like you said so vehemently, every New York kindred's beloved socialite was my sire. We first met some time after World War II. I left France before the Nazis went around the Maginot Line. I struggled to keep my siblings alive with my art. Watched my daughter die during the flu epidemic in '43. And that was closely in my mind. That's when she showed up. The sheer torment in my works caught her eye. She became my patron, allowed my talent to flourish, supported me financially. Eventually, she embraced me. As a well-kindred, my artistic interests started to naturally deviate from what they used to be back when I was poor, immortal upstart. I began to see the world the way her social circle does. And that she couldn't forgive. Instead of being a fun novelty, I became another part of the malaise surrounding her. She grew distant and then stopped seeing me altogether. I've had my share of meltdowns because of this. I won't deny that. I locked myself out of many career opportunities, but it was an important lesson. Don't trust your elders. Vampirism affects them psychologically as well. If they take interest in you, they won't stop until they suck your soul dry and then discard you like a broken toy. It's the first time since I've known him, Seagal registers to me as something other than a Bible-thumping nuisance. Is it compassion I feel? That I find him relatable how dreadful. Probably he's strategically trying to elicit sympathy. Maybe he heard about my dramatic exit from Lodestar. Or maybe he's alluding to the way my sire left me here to fend for myself. It's only God who will never lead you astray. This is why I find your acts so frustrating. Julia, you're so close to getting it, but you choose sin instead. There's the Benoit Seagal I know. Almost had me fooled. Let's get back on track. What about Langley's disappearance from the city? Her path was a road of perdition. Wherever she ended up, she's too happy about it. She had plans for the future of the city, wanted to make it her ultimate artwork. She was always the vain one. And of course, you're completely sure you have nothing to do with her disappearance? Please don't tell me you're getting at what I think you're getting at. Everyone says you've been acting like you're trying to repent for something ever since her vanishing act. And you got a motive. Of course I'm getting at what you think I'm getting at. Benoit shakes his head. Really have the devil in your heart, you're always testing me. Just asking what everyone's thinking. Alright now, listen, I'm familiar with a lot of these insults attached to my name in the city. Those aren't exactly compatible with the image of a ruthless killer. Killer, huh? Now that's interesting. I haven't said anything about killing. He scrubs his hands over his forehead and collects himself before sounding. Stop picking apart every word I say in this completely unpleasant way. Here's a statement if you really want one, Miss Hercule Huriot. I do believe Sophie, the way I knew her, has met her end. And if she's still walking the earth, she wouldn't come back here in the same prideful aristocrat. She'd have to undergo a spiritual rebirth. Someone has to remind me, and reminded her of her place. Her former friends talk of her in hushed voices. Even that servant plaything toy of her went missing. No more Camarillo parties, she's done for. Whatever happened to her, I don't know. I swear on Jesus and his sandals, I had nothing to do with it. But yes, I'm still here and she's not, and it's not a reason to gloat. It's to be more humble. I received the sign from God telling me to re-examine all the important ways I still resemble self-feelingly. I listened, I rejected the pride I shared with her, renewed my vows to God, and recommitted to preaching his greatness. I mean, this is why we're having this conversation in the first place. Right now, when I think of Langley's influence on my life, I am grateful because she's a sign that got me here. And if God wills it, maybe one day you'll look at her the same way, Julia. Mental note, whenever he circles back to this preachy tone, I sound to intervene. Alright. If it makes you feel any better, I think that the only way a rip like you could have hurt her was by boring her to death with Bible quotes. Now then, quid pro quo, tit for tat. You were saying people were still talking about me. I was curious if... Oh look, he's finally here! Stalling for time worked. Father Leonard rushes into our direction, carrying a folder of documents under his arm. I'm assuming it's the one I came for. Father Leonard. Christ be praised, Julia. Yesterday I was told of how priests greet their I was told this is how priests greet their parishioners in Eastern Europe. Forever and ever, amen. Actually, I think we said each other's lines. Never mind. Another long night? Isn't it taking a toll on you? Ah, no need to worry these days. I sleep for a few hours a day. Take short naps, take care of the rest. There's always work to be done. I apologize for being late. At least I managed to get to here before you and Benoit went for each other's throats. Good. I was getting worried. Oh, who do you take me for, Father? He takes you for a total bozo who's as effective as converting people as a documentary about pedophilia in the Catholic Church. He is too kind to say it out loud. God damn! That is rough. Fuck. That is like a really brutal one. Ouch, hear what I have to deal with, Father? Don't worry, we'll make a saint out of her yet. Forget saint. For now, I'll settle for an adult in the room. That's what you are here for! Is that what you are for? I'm impatient with that role, but for now, by now, you kids should be moving out, not leaving crown marks on the walls and throwing food around anytime Daddy's not looking. So let's just focus on our grown-up duties, shall we, Julia, here? He gives me a folder he was carrying with him, and I pause, pass him the reports I wrote earlier tonight. Among kindred, it is common knowledge that the Catholic Church is one of the Sombra's greatest assets. Hell, it may even be one of the main reasons why the Camarilla is slowly warming up to the plan. We are technologically impaired and as such woefully underprepared for the challenges of communicating in the 21st century. Hard to handle advanced encryption when you can't even unlock a smartphone. This is where the Vatican connections enter the picture. A web of priests scattered around the world exchange their dispatches between each other, making sure they all reach their destination in total secrecy. I was told even not everyone in the Holy See is friendly to our kind, but the most shrewd and talented usually are. You could say they're like a mortal Camarilla, better than any intelligence agency. And with that, I shall take one more break. Sorry about that. Now we're back. Remember what happened to John Paul first when he attempted to uncover the workings of the Institute for the Work of Religion? Death after 33 days of papacy, rumors of CIA and Masonic involvement. Not that Father Laird has anything to do with any of this. For a Catholic priest, he's alright. He'd probably have made me stay a believer a few years longer than I did, had I known him as a teenager. Laird's intelligent, kind, and helpful toward his parishioners, treats his superiors with a healthy dose of skepticism, and is not involved in any sort of political church games. Or at least not beyond helping me contact my bosses in Chicago every other night or so. He knows about the Kindred, and he knows about the Second Inquisition. He opted to avoid the latter in order to keep the former from oppression. Because according to him, it's the right thing to do. I know there's got to be something wrong with him yet. Selfish motivations, maybe. Not it down yet, but it doesn't feel like he's making an effort to hide it, so I'm giving him a pass. By the way, I hope you don't mind. I finally took the liberty of asking how your parents are doing. Thank you, Father, but you shouldn't have. Not a problem. A priest in St. Siliskas Koloska is a good friend. St. Stanislaus Koska is a good friend. He says your parents started to showing up every Sunday again. Front rows. Your father's looking better and better. It makes me feel nothing, but I still give him a token nod and a grateful smile. Thank you, Father Leonard. Now, if you excuse me, the sunrise is almost here. Yes, be careful and God bless you. Amen, Julia. Goodbye. I'll let you off the hook this time, but next time you won't be so lucky, alright? Sure, just one more thing on my never-ending list of events that I'm not looking forward to. Yeah, it's time to call it a night. I'm home. Finally, you doing alright? Fine, I guess. Why aren't you sleeping? I figured it's finally time for me to become more of a night owl. We've talked about making our schedules sync better. Watch your vitamin D. I'd kill to have your skin. Would be a shame to waste it. Shouldn't have smoked so much before you got bitten, sweetheart. Should have shared your keen skincare routine with me back when I was still breathing. I can't just be going around sharing my one secret weapon. It's top secret stuff. MK Ultra level. Jeffrey Epstein's current whereabouts level. I'd have to kill you if I told you. Dying sounds actually pretty good right now. So go ahead and off me anyway. Be a mercy kill, honestly. Don't talk like that. Anything you want to share? Never mind. I feel a little more self-conscious than usual tonight. Don't! You want me to do your makeup before you go to sleep? No need. No need. Weren't you supposed to have some sort of big party tomorrow night? I was involved in the backstage stuff. What makes you think I was invited? Because you're the coolest, cutest, most all-around amazing person I know. I'd be insane not to put you on the short list. Believe it or not, most vampires are pretty insane. Interdimensional psychic vampire level insane, because that's how crazy they'd have to be to ignore you like this. Yeah, I would say so. Fuck them then. A big bunch of posh dicks, they hate you because they ain't you. But they'll see. Jesus, how do you do it? Do what? I like to solve it with so much of this weird, stupid positivity that can't react to it without completely shifting my mental attitude. How do you do it? Well, the answer is easy. You remember how I told you we have this special spiritual connection? I can sense what you feel and want. You can sense what I feel, too, if you really focus. Yeah, I think I called it a big load of bullshit, said the girl who talks to ghosts. But watch this, Agent Scully. I sensed you feeling down, and I realized that you really needed to end this night. She points at one of her drawers. It's the one where she keeps her supply of ketamine. Come on. No. What? No, wrong door. We're not meeting demons. We're meeting angels. MDMA? Ding ding ding. Took it a half an hour ago. Perfect timing thanks to our special connection. Ready to fly away? The mood isn't right. I'd need music. Got a special SoundCloud playlist ready to go. Prepared specifically to uplift one Julia Sawinski. Now give me a sign and I'll press play. Jesus, you're impossible. That's why you love me, I hope. I give up. Come here. Let me have a taste of you. Maybe this one time the high won't end. I leave Dakota's apartment as soon as the sun goes down. Yesterday was fun, but I always feel low notice when I spend too much time with her. She never lets me escape from being the center of attention. It's exhausting. And the less time I spend with her, the happier she is to see me again. The tricky balance, though. I am grateful for her presence in my life, but never again. Never mind. What's on my list of chores tonight? Ah, yes, one thing. Don't show up for the party at the art hall. Well, this is a rare night where I don't have anything to do, so I might as well take a trip around the city, see what's up. Maybe fix myself a little drink while I'm at it. What do you think? Should we harass a jogger in the park? Or harass this guy who looks sketchy as hell? You know what? Let's pester civilians this time. But I never knew how much I could miss nature until I got stuck in the concrete urban jungle for good. The sight of familiar green surroundings slowly floods my mind with disjointed images back from when I was just moved to NYC. Was still in all of it. Decisions. Reminiscence. Actually, wait. That's reminiscence, why not? I close my eyes, allowing myself to drown in the stream of memories. Elderly couple holding their frail hands in the warmth of the morning sun, an evening gathering of self-important academics, currently discussing the discoveries no one but them cares about. Bunch of kids chasing an imaginary treasure, joyful, restless, and oblivious to the dangers of the summer heat wave. A young, privileged, chiseled jogger running along the golf course, only 100%, of course, 100% graceful moon in every move he makes, mesmerizing. My eyes snap open and the spinning kaleidoscope of images fades away. I collect my focus and remember what brought me here. A burning heat reaches my fingers. I flick the butt away, and immediately take out another cigarette out of the pack before proceeding through the parade ground. The faint sound of shoes tapping against the concrete interrupts my contemplative mood. Just what I was hoping for. I hurriedly finish my soak and take a step back, blending in with the shadows. A lonely jogger runs into and out of the pale moonlight, completely lost in his thoughts. All dressed up in top-shelf sportswear, wiry muscle clearly visible under the skin-tight outfit. His exposed neck. I get the urge to get back under control for now. Back when I was alive, I'd rely on the breathe-in, breathe-out technique. Nowadays, breathing costs a premium. I regain my composure. The jogger stops by the flickering lantern and takes a glance at his smartphone. His body tenses noticeably as he enters the call. Moving in on him now, of course, would inevitably involve the caller hearing the assault happen. No reason to make things complicated. I'll just take my time. I cautiously get closer and closer until I can finally overhear his words. Should expect the bad news, I know, but Jesus, Tasha. He's 9. He struggles and fails to sound calm. No, she doesn't know yet. I'll tell her when I get home. I need to think this through. How's lanyard? Half stuck in his pocket with the Bronx Times logo slapped on it. They say there's no cure. Yeah, I heard something about experimental treatments in Rochester. I can't make this decision on my own. I connect the dots, realize what he's talking about, and I feel like I was punched straight in the gut. Listen, I need to clear my head. Tell Jonah I need a couple days off. If he starts throwing a fit again, I'll tell him he's better learn to write the fucking column on his own. No, seriously. Thanks, Tasha. Yes, I'll give him a kiss for his auntie. The moment he hangs up, his computer goes out the window. He bracely stumbles to the nearby bench. Damn it. A faint sobbing stops me in my tracks. It leaves my appetite. Feeding on this guy would feel nauseating anyway. Just when I convince myself that I should let basic decency take the reins, he notices me creeping around. He gives me a startled glance, eyes damp, looking absolutely miserable, busted. So what do I say to a guy who is just, you were just about to assault in a dark place? I thought better of it. It's gonna be fine. I just wanted to say it's going to be alright. His gaze, he looks at me, his gaze is kind of tired and empty. Look, I appreciate your intentions, but do you really believe that? I weigh my words. No, I don't. And why would you say that? Who do you think you are? You have no idea what I'm going through. He gets more and more aggravated with every word. I cut him off. How can you be so sure? That snaps him back into focus. You're right, I can't know exactly what you're feeling. I'm no mind reader, but it's clear that we have something in common. We both got fucked over. No say in the matter. Turns away and stays silent. I didn't ask about how I got fucked over, not exactly the same caliber of suffering. It's going to be fine. Yeah, I get tired of hearing it too. never gets fine unless you work your ass off. Even then, things get bearable, maybe, if you're lucky. Your son had multiple sclerosis, yeah? He doesn't deserve it, but that's reality being its usual fucked up self. Imagine how afraid he must be. Your fear is infinitely more beatable. So you need to pull yourself together, lead him by example. The guy peers at me with unease. I notice a spike of a tiny spark of confidence kindling in his eyes. Unless there's some kind of miracle, there's nothing I can do to help my boy. Bullshit, you still have the time to just be together. Make it into the best life he never had. Giving people advice I myself wouldn't be able to listen to. Yeah, hell yeah, classic me. Well, guessing what people want and need to hear was an essential skill back at Lodestar. Anyway, that's all from me. You're right. I wish I had my boundaries. But I wish both of you the best luck, sincerely. Have a good night. Notice a change in his melancholic face. He stands up with his back straight, like he regains some of his lost resolve. He nods and starts running straight back to his problems. I started walking in the opposite direction, even though I might regret this show of absence later. But little remains of my humanity inside my shriveled heart. It encourages me to think about letting this guy go and do the right thing. I'll need to change the scenery to break out of this mood, and an opportunity to actually get some juice in my veins, relatively guilt-free if possible. Guess that's enough human interaction for one night. Once more to Big Beat Burger, into the last fast food joint I'll ever know. I'll have the usual. The first time I used this line, I wasn't sure it would work. But getting enough notoriety around the staff that it does. The cashier just smiles, nods, and charges me for one black coffee. I can imagine them instructing the newbie. See that emo weirdo? Here's how it is. She always orders a single cup of black coffee, nothing else, and she doesn't even drink it. Probably wouldn't take a single sip if it was still alive. This stuff is just trash. But at least being a buying customer gives me an excuse to sit here for as long as I want to. I think I could use one of those self-order kiosks to minimize human contact. But touchscreen's not exactly what like me. Not too long ago, I managed to blue screen 10 of them in a row. Oh well, good news is, it doesn't look like I have anything to do tonight. Bad news is because every kindred who matters haven't found the art hall right now. I feel like I wanted to go. I just wanted them to invite me just so I could tell them to fuck off. Scan the entrance of the restaurant through my peripheral vision. Am I naively hoping someone will come and save me from misery? Yes, I am. Please, 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 someone come and get me out of here. A prince, a princess, a knight in shining armor, a fairy godmother. Passing huntsman, a big bad wolf, Mila Djokovic, Vin Diesel, Azalea Banks. Hell, I'll take anyone at this point. Visualizing, tapping into the power of my subconscious, materializing my dreams. Nope, doesn't work. Looks like you're internally stuck, being a nobody in a corner of a shitty restaurant, sweet little Julia. Unlife's a bitch, and then you don't even die. I pretend to read a book about psychoanalysis I stole from Dakota for a while. I eventually found it too mentally taxing. I switched to pretending to read a Stephen King book, which I also stole from Dakota. I gotta wonder, is this like the lesbian version of stealing your boyfriend's clothing? Stealing your books? After a terrifying realization that it was written in the last 15 years and therefore contains no amusing drugged out rants about troubled childhood in Maine, I switch back to looking at the entrance. That party must be so stuffy, trashy, and boring. At this point, I'm no longer looking for salvation, I'm asking for amusement. If it doesn't come, all I get is boring bozos in normcore clothes that they lock in, they take care of it without doing anything else to amuse me and walk out. A few minutes after I lose all hope, a tall, elegant man marches in with a spring in his step. He looks around, impatient, irritated, and then he knows the person he was looking for and reacts with visible relief. He gallantly approaches my table and looks at me and says, "There you are." Now that's curious, he shouldn't be here. Big Bad Wolf? Careful everybody, Big Bad Wolf is here. He will huff and he will puff and he'll blow our house in. Why are you shocking me, Wolf? I'll have you know I'm not falling for the grandmother disguise ever again. That dumb attempt at self-amusement doesn't even faze him at all. He doesn't even realize I just stares blankly at me. Grab your stuff and get in my car now. His tone leaves no room for doubt. Something bad has happened. I want to ask what, but whatever is it, he's in his I will simply ignore all the dumb questions you say mode. I know better than to ask questions. Instead of silently follow him to the exit, he guides me into his car. I hope I haven't messed anything up again. I don't think I have. Have I? Kadir's car, as usual. He gave me the back seat. He's always uneasy when the passenger seat is taken. Doesn't want anyone to limit his peripheral vision, he says. Normally I catch him observing me in the rearview mirror, but this time he's watching the streets. More tense than usual, something that has caught him off guard. I've got my seatbelt on and my popcorn ready. What's up? Awkward silence feels like it lasts forever. Eventually he finds the right words and speaks up. 6 weeks ago, the prince told me to parlay with the anarchs on the docks, remember? Yeah, you made me tag along so that I could learn something about politics. As it turns out, politics meant something oddly similar to watching my drunken family shout at each other at a wedding party. There was this man who didn't need a shot to make my blood boil. He made us find the room. Their leader, white hair, monocle, musty clothes. With this fucking Polak cunt. Whoa! Scrooge McDuck? Yeah, how could I forget? A lot of panache, old Tommy bravado, gendered insults flung my way. What was his name? Something British. Made me think of Hollywood. Callahan? Baron Callahan. Douglas Boss Callahan. Right, it's 2020, but the man's opinions and ideas were stuck in 1920. Weren't the anarchs supposed to be the progressive option? I never understood why they put up with him. He had his way of predicting which way the wind will blow. Anytime Camarilla or the SI hit the anarchs, it was the factions opposed to him that were hurt. The luckiest bastard in the world. Though you didn't believe in luck. I don't, but I'm sure it looks like his luck is finally run out tonight. Huh. Wait, don't tell me. He's dead. He's dead. Deader than dead. I'm 99% sure the bastard met his final death. How do you know? We got trustworthy sources in the inner circles. Looks like all hell's about to break loose. There's an emergency meeting at the art hall. Jesus, and you're bringing me with you? Why? Because you were on the way? Because I could? Because I should? You might not be important to the members of the court, but you're still an asset to the sect. Symbolically, at least, I can justify sneaking you into the party claiming it's for your own protection. An unexpected alliance between Big Bad Wolf and poor little Red Riding Hood. Check. Wait a minute, though. I thought the party was still happening. I called the prince, told her the best course of action is stopping it and started listing security protocols I have prepared for in these sort of situations. Here I am halfway through and tell me we will. Discuss the subject face to face. Doesn't sound like she was interested. Party is that important, huh? Politics is that important. I don't know if he's trying to convince me or himself. Once again, politics sounds an awful lot like a bunch of party-loving assholes shouting at each other. Don't worry, this isn't the kind of, how should I call it, governing issue the likes of you and I tend to deal with. And how would you describe the governing issues we tend to deal with? Shoveling our chill selves out of shit. Usually he seems a little embarrassed for cussing or for being too honest. Either way, it's cute. No argument here. And that's where the conversation ends. We stay silent as the car rides off toward the unknown. I'm not a New York City Baron. I'm the Baron of New York City, if you please. Once more, a memory of the old douchebag who thought he could rule the world crosses my mind. Or at least, it looks like the world has left him behind. Sayonara, asshole. And here I am, at the only place I didn't expect to visit tonight, the art hole. And the way it sounds, the inside seems lively, even if they know it's an emergency, they don't seem to care. What are you standing around for? Do you still need an invitation? No idea, do I? I think the bouncer will let you in. You're the bouncer? Guess he's standing right in front of you. Start walking, whelp. And here I am, among parting elites. This is stuffy and boring as I expected, but hey, at least it's exclusive. The title, Panhard, came up for these yearly gatherings. It's called Celebrations of Power. An invitation to examine the relationship between our undead bodies and the space they inhabit. The week-long event is packed with a sort of performance art piece meant to make the hindered who are involved participate celebrate their potential instead of despairing at their monstrous nature. We need to counter-program the omnipresent images of tragic vampirism with images that remind us that we have inherited the earth, and we are now free to remake it in our image, is the way our prince puts it. To this end, she organized a series of exhibitions, concerts, fireworks, parties, business meetings, etc., etc. Of course, parties and business meetings are the most important. My prince. Kadir, finally. A saint with angelic wings, a holy patron of New York City. Take a good look around. Half the figures here are dressed like they're attending a mass ball, the other half are religious figures, either demonic or saintly. I have to admit, I don't fully understand the theme here. I know Panhard is based it on psychomagic, the sort of shamanistic psychotherapy using the power of art. They put it to holy mass and unholy mass in equal measures, a set of rituals meant to make the participants wholly accept they're both the worst and best this earth has to offer. Put on this mask, at the very least, you're standing out. Here. Part of the aesthetic basis of these parts is the black mask in the film Eyes Wide Shut. Some think this decision means Panhard is tone deaf, but it's quite the contrary. She knows that anarchs are constantly looking for ways to undermine her through art and rhetoric that points out glaring contradictions in her theoretically benevolent rule. Instead of denying and suppressing aesthetics designed to criticize the athletes, she embraces them. Instead of risking a Streisand effect, she effectively defangs the opposition. The resistance becomes a part of the system, and both Cameron and anarchs get the same message. Don't think of it as a pathology, think of it as the new normal. I'll collect the key advisors. They've already been told to come here. I don't think there's a need for us to hold a meeting in a particular secluded place. We'll just do it over here. Are you certain? Absolutely. Wait, is that Miss Sikowski behind? I see behind you. I'm afraid so. Collected her on my way here because of her role as a Los Hombres representative. Just say political hostage. You people have made it very clear what's going to happen with my parents back in Chicago if I go against you. I realized she might become a target and decided to hide her at the art hall. Putting all my eggs in one basket will make my job easier. I will look for a safe place for her to spend the night. Let her stay with you for now, Al Asmia. Time is of the essence. I didn't notice him sneak up on us. Nice get up. Are you absolutely sure? But of course, everything we say here is going to become an open secret in a matter of minutes. Prince Panhard has already come up with the appropriate messaging. Out of the corner of my eyes, I spot an elderly vampire guiding a young, fashionable human girl toward a basement. Led like a lamb to the slaughter. Best not to think too deeply what's going on underneath this place. Before everyone gets here, I'd like to secure the perimeter. Easy now, Al Azmi. All the appropriate security pros for you are already active. Me and the prince have already pulled some strings, well, the situation is mostly under control. Mostly under control, never let anyone sleep any easier. Al Azmi, I know it's the prince's sword, you're aching for blood, but you have to accept that, like most weapons known to men, your most effective hidden in the sheath isn't here now. Looks like a fascinating philosophical discussion I'm making, but sadly, I'm forced to interrupt. Prince Panhard? All of a sudden, Samira appears between the two men, her calm and collected voice completely changes the atmosphere. As expected, as a self-professed protector of the peace. Samira, I hope you're enjoying yourself. To be quite honest, I feel quite out of place. He nods and smiles at me, probably a signal she takes solace in not being the only person in the room who feels like a fish out of water. Especially now, seeing as I heard this meeting is meant to be those of greater stature than mine. Nonsense, we have a delicate matter to discuss and one that requires severe judgment down the road. I think you understand why I wished for a child who came to be involved. Of course, what is the expression on your face, Kadir? He quickly collects himself. Look who's joining us. The High Regent of the Chantry of the Five Boroughs, Lady Aisling Sturbridge, walks up to our group in an outfit that I would never imagine her in, pretending everything is on par for the course. Prince Panhard, the Sheriff, the Harpy, the Bandit who came Primogen. Are we waiting for anything else? It's almost here. Shining as brightly as usual, Aisling. I adore your outfit, Samira. I wish the prince allowed the same amount of effort for me. I, for one, am glad she didn't. I particularly love those horns. Thank you for reminding me. I put them on at the prince's behest, but I believe she had more fun than enough fun. No, not yet. Well, this will do for now. But you're not off the hook yet. I paid costly price to see you like this. Both Kadir's and the prince's voices are strained whenever they attempt humor. Their minds are obviously elsewhere. It's not a happy place. A tour, on the other hand, seems calm. We all celebrate our power in different ways, I suppose. Now, what is it about this about? In a moment. Over here, Addison. The Camarill's infamous spokesperson approaches, pushed toward us in a wheelchair by his servant. Helene, everyone, I hope this is something important. What a commanding tone, seeing as Payne can't communicate normally. His servants relays his word to us instead, and he's posh and snobby enough to make it me believe I'm listening to the master's voice. Carter, won't you be joining us? He gave me fair warning he might not be able to make it tonight. I messaged him the details. I have to find time to meet him later, then finding time, searching for lost time. I swear it's all I do nowadays. And there's never enough. I guess now you understand why I insisted that this evening must last all week. So many esteemed guests, many of them from out of town, each deserving at least a few hours. The figure in the wheelchair waves his hand impatiently. Yes, let's cut to the chase now, shall we? That might be the wisest course of action, my prince. Arturo, my prince, everyone, let's begin by stressing these important points. The situation is largely under control. The negotiations are underway, and the situation is more tense than dangerous. We are safe. And I repeat, we are safe. With that out of the way, here's the big news. Baron Callahan, the de facto leader of the Anarchs in New York City, has met his final death in his office tonight. How did you find out? We have a good friend near his office. Their intel is as accurate as it gets. We've also established a negotiation channel with the Anarchs to give us all the confirmation we needed. Was our court involved in his destruction? I look at her in disbelief. So does everyone. Not that the same thought hadn't passed through my head, but to simply exclaim it like that. Don't spare me the virtue signaling. I thought we were being transparent here. I don't give a damn if we took care of Callahan or not. I just want to have a clear idea of what I'm dealing with. Yes, clear answer. I need that too. To my knowledge, none of us present here ordered his destruction, nor did we participate in it. Unless someone here wants to confess, it's now or never. Of course, nobody speaks up. Arturo tends to clear his throat. That's our official position as well. Camarillo's ruling body had nothing to do with it, and for all intents and purposes, his inner contenders had more interest in removing him than we did. That interest is sure to manifest in one way now. His former enemies will prop him up as a martyr for his cause. Yes, which is why we sadly can't leave the Anarchs to their own devices. As much as we'd like to avoid organizing their sect in any way, we offer to assist them in an official investigation. Addison, Payne wrinkles the face contort slightly. Let me ask you one question. You do realize those curs have no respect for our traditions, yes? We do, Addison, but as a veteran politician, you should be deeply familiar with the words controlled opposition. As for now, it's truly impossible to contain the Anarch threat in New York. For now, our only option is prop up a candidate who will offer the least resistance to our future plans for the city. We extend our hand to the most promising contender, giving him a way to present himself as a diplomat, a man of reasonable compromise. The rebel falls in line, the purists grow angry and alienated. We have already contacted the best possible person in their sect. He will oversee the investigation, and it's in his business to show he's able to resolve the situation calmly. Is that good enough? Addison ponders the question for a while, then waves his hand again. It is, proceed. I think nobody's paying attention to me right now. Keep in mind, Miss Payne, our man's people still barely tolerate us, and the situation is volatile. The other factions within that sorry excuse for a sect might still try to escalate the conflict. I will do my best to resolve the situation as fast as possible. How so? Kadir is momentarily taken aback by Arturo's question. I voluntarily coordinate the case with the anarchs, of course. I refuse. You have more important duties to focus on. Once more, Kadir stunned. All due respect, Prince, but if you don't consider me capable of tackling the issue and attending to my usual duties at the same time, I think you gravely underestimate me. Your penchant for working yourself to the bone is well known and appreciated by everyone in this room, Sheriff. But so is your perfectionism. If we do wish to grant your wish and let you investigate while still fulfilling your routine obligations, can you guarantee you're going to be able to get both these tasks your best? I can guarantee something very close to my best. Close to your best doesn't cut it, me. Not when the vultures are out in force. Callahan's destruction is sure to cause an arrest among the anarchs. And there is an obvious outlet for their pent-up rage. Sadly, this is not a werewolf visual novel. I do have one, but it's gonna be done later. I want to make this perfectly clear. The celebrations will continue as planned no matter what. This is why your presence here is absolutely necessary, Sheriff. We rely on your constant protection. Of course, my prince. We must be on constant vigil for the next few days. As my sword must be contemplated at the enemies surrounding us. Timing of the bear description is impeccable. The anarch leaders are sure to point at us and claim we're shamelessly celebrating his end. I don't believe it's just a coincidence. Murders are messy, almost as messy as politics. It's impossible to reliably predict the outcome of any violent action. I think it'd be wise for us to brace for a lot of unfortunate consequences, Aisling. In any case, the rabble can't get the impression that their power struggles are of great concern to us, and they cannot think we have something to hide. This brings me to my point. We do need a symbolic gesture, one displaying expertly measured intensity. My best bet is a humble little diplomatic envoy, a low-level official acting as an investigator of sorts. I implore you, Prince. Kadir. He bites his tongue in struggles to collect himself. I rarely see him lose his temper. At least where the camera is involved. What's going on? I wonder about your suggestion for this role. After all, it's not particularly prestigious. There's a lot of responsibility. We're talking about a Camarilla representative. Oh, I think there's a very obvious candidate. Don't you fucking dare. Both he and Kadir look at me simultaneously. Everyone else in the room does too. Now wait a second, he can't possibly mean. Miss Julia, once again your full name eludes me at this moment. Am I allowed to speak, or maybe I should wait for the permission before I make up my mind? The sheriff sighs and deeply and speaks up. Sawinski? Miss Julia Sawinski. Right. I understand you used to be an investigative journalist before your embrace. And what about it? Yeah, but what about it? Among others, the battle who came up insists that you are worthy of greater privileges and should be given a chance to prove yourself. Samira measures Achura with suspicion, yes. You still think she's capable? She looks me deep in the eyes. She swears she's still publicly telling me to please don't fuck this up, you dumbass little white girl. Of course. Good, and I'm sure that you, Alice Marie, will have no problem with your protege embarking on this mission. Save for the pain a mother feels when watching her child leave the nest. Whether I do or do not is not particularly important right now, is it? It absolutely is. Henhard's backing of Ataro momentarily blindsides him. Prince Panhard, if Ataro's plan is reckless, I want you to tell me. I need a simple yes or no. Is the girl capable? Now he knows he's left with no choice. I wouldn't trust her with all the responsibilities that I have if she wasn't. exchanges glances with me, and his look isn't different from Samira's, as if he's trying to apologize to me. Here we are then. A recommendation from the Banu, Hakim, Primogen, and the Sheriff. To tell you the truth, I was just throwing out ideas, but with this backing, I can't doubt the Night Clan's representative will get the job done. I'm certain each of us feels the same. Mr. Payne? The atmosphere in the room mostly suggests people are glad they don't have to discuss the topic further. A shrug here, an averted gaze here. It is as you say. I will watch the way she handles this situation with great interest. Well then, Miss Sawowski. Looks like you've got your chance for a big break. Nobody asked what I think. I have conditions. Even though I normally play the chance to be useful, I play it cool. Also, not only everyone acknowledges my existence, but believes I can handle solving a tense criminal case. If something seems too good to be true, let's not be vulgar now. You stand to improve your standing in the at the court. Yes, we can discuss the particulars based on your performance. Yeah, they don't plan on giving me shit figures. It's not like I can refuse. But that's something I need to take into account when taking care of this case. I need a bargaining position if I want to get anything out of this. Yeah, I'll do it. Just point me in the right direction and tell me what to do. Excellent. This leaves me with us with just one matter, which I hope we can agree on. Prince Panhard signals someone with her hand. Figure emerges from behind the corner. Good evening. Catherine, what present surprise nobody informed us you are in town? Addison looking healthier than ever. And what does Weiss have to do with it? We need an impartial observer who everyone respects. As it happens, Catherine always knew how to make friends on both sides without angering either. I beg to differ. I am grateful if for once you decide against throwing a tantrum about me, High Regent. Painful grimace crosses Aisling's face, but she is quick to interpret the taunt as an invitation to a game she can't possibly win. As long as she can prove herself useful to the proceedings in some way. If half of what I heard about her from Mr. Vander Vaden. Oh, it's Vander Vaden. They switched spelling on me. Mr. Vander Vaden is true. She should be able to. And what did poor Carter say about me this time? Nothing specific. One always has to read between the lines with him. That was mostly envy. Miss Weiss gracefully agreed to mediate between the Anarch representative and the Lasombra representative, ensuring mutual cooperation and mitigating potential conflicts. That felt like a Freudian slip. Lasombra representative, not Camarilla representative. I need someone who can be catapulted from the sect without too much damage to the ivory tower if they mess up. Is there a meeting set up? Arturo looks at the clock at the other side of the room. In less than an hour. You'd better hurry then. What the hell? All this is happening so fast. If the situation is indeed under control, I will drive her and oversee the situation. Out of the question, you got your orders, Sheriff, to attend to those. You pull the girl needs guidance. And we need yours. Nobody knows what might happen next. But it's not as if the Anarchs have a lot of love for you, Al Asami. You're too efficient in your duties for them to tolerate you. Better spare Miss Sawinski having them see that you two together. Do you think my guidance of Julia would be lacking, Kadir? Never said that. So do you have any objections to putting her under my care? He lowers his gaze, but seems reassured. None whatsoever. It's all I needed to hear. We'll be going then. Wasting no time as usual, I see. Have you at least tried the aperitifs? Waiting is an old person's game, Helene. I still feel young. Remember, if there's anything you need help with. Probably not, but I appreciate the thought nonetheless. Have a good night, everyone. I'll catch up with you later, Addison. I certainly hope you do. And so we leave in a rush. Funny considering what she told me about being in a hurry yesterday. We're here. She thanks the chauffeur, lets me out of the car into the quiet neighborhood somewhere in Queens. Seems like you were in a rush. I couldn't stand the crowd. She's honest, probably performatively so. Just to get into my good graces. Well, it's working. And why is that? My experience gathering with always enables a boring pack mentality. All the familiar lies we tell ourselves that justify lusting for more, repeated ad nauseum. And what lies are you telling yourself? What lies are you telling yourself? Order immediately returns colder. You have bigger issues to worry about, sweetheart. Oh, well, at least I know how familiar I can get with her. That I do. Back in the art hall, you said something about guiding me, but I have zero idea what to do. None whatsoever. I had a few necessary arrangements to make over the phone before we got here to ensure your pretty little head stayed attached to your neck for now, anyway. I am grateful, but I still feel way out of my depth. I need to know what to do. You used to be make a living as an investigative journalist, did you not? Investigate the murder. In TV shows where the investigative journalist gets too close to the heart of a politically incendiary case, it rarely goes well. A cat's head on their porch, a bullet to the head. So, are you afraid you might be a pawn in a game you don't understand, that your elders consider you a disposable asset, that a single wrong move might cost you everything you hold dear? Yes, that sounds about right, yeah. Well, by the sound of it, you understand your situation perfectly. Don't belittle me, I need your advice. Be anything you want, but don't be boring, Julia. If I wanted to belittle you, I would have drowned you in platitudes long ago. Know thyself, believe in your strength, trust no one, act confident. Turn the chessboard around and read your opponent's mind. Read Sung Soon, quote him incessantly. Say, do you feel any better now? Can I ask you something? Seeing as Mia's still not here, of course. Do you know who killed Baron Callahan? Haven't the slightest idea. Were you emotionally impacted by the death? Not at all. Did you know him? Only passingly, I'm afraid. I expected him to perish sooner than later. So I never bothered to improve our relationship. Why are you helping me? I am. Am I? That remains to be seen. What do you mean? Do you not want a painfully honest... You do not want a painfully honest answer. But I do. She stares me down, her irreverent tone making it impossible to guess what she's feeling, even more so than the mask. When I look at you, I see someone pitiful. Someone whose hunger is purely biological, like an animalistic rush. When I saw a burgeoning plan to put you in a situation that is way beyond your capacities, I offered my help. I was curious to see your true colors reveal themselves firsthand. When everything I said and done in Callahan's is pointed out, will you be a whippoorwill or a victor taking the spoils? I can't wait to find out. I don't know what to say. Is she provoking me, or me here should be here for any second? You have time for one more question. Why do you hide your face? Oops. I accidentally skipped. Oh well, I understand. But let's just say I prefer everyone to come up with their own theories. The more stories they invent, the less relevant the truth will be. And anyway, here's Mia. A woman around my age emerges from around in the corner of the street. You never met before, but if I had to describe her in 2 words by her order alone, I'd guess those words would be permanently angry. Even more so than your average monarch. You must be Catherine Reese. You must be Mia Morgan. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. The pleasure is mutual. This your girl? Julia Sawinski, the somber primogen. The somber representative. I correct her automatically at this point, it's a habit. Good, if you were a primogen, I might have tried to kill you here and now. Is Turk still on the site? Now I told him I'd take it from here. By the night, he needs to look like a natural candidate for the leader of the NYC Canarchs. It's gonna take a lot of driving around in negotiations. How do you react to finding Callahan's remains? He hasn't exactly elaborated on his feelings, but I expect he reacted the same way every true believer of the cause did. It's this complicated mess of all possible feelings under the moon. So the first to be who's seen the murder site? Oh, so you're already calling a murder site? Does the Ivory Tower know something we don't? It's not the official position, but I expect a lot of them think it's Turk who stood to benefit the most from the boss's death. It sounds like he's quick to jump on new opportunities. You don't know him. Yes, but I'd love to meet him and ask him some questions, especially if he's the one who found the body. Well, if you're meeting Turk at all, it won't be tonight. He's too busy. I was assigned to investigate. I won't be able to do it improper unless I'm able to question a key witness. I'll arrange for him to see you this week. This week? Aren't the tensions a little too high for delaying an investigation like this? And there we go. On to saying our goodbyes. Julia is quite the fascinating character, isn't she? And with this, I bid you farewell and good evening. Ride on, Riot Wolves. And ride out. Hello.
Seem to not do this in front of people. I don't think that. Hey, Moon. So. Okay, it was a nice hanging with you. I'm gonna go hang out with some other friends now. Okay. Appreciate it. Hey, Bio. Hello. You doing adorable? Doing pretty good. Nice. I regret getting on VR. I'm falling asleep. Yeah, I'm gonna log on soon. I want to record a video using my little blade candle. So I want to make a video of me using it before I go to bed. That is good vision. The video that I did was really well received. Nice. That's funny. That's funny. That's not my type of cliche, but it has to do something with cats and puppies. That's okay.
Well, people like the stream.
Message on Telegram or we can discuss it for sure. I think you. No, you're not a good girl. Yeah.
Hello.
Controls in the back. Yeah, if it's too deep or shallow, you can switch it off. So yeah. So, Bio, anything you're working on at the moment? Actually taking a break right now. I've been doing work today for the new series. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's so cool. I love the stuff you do. It's really nice. Oh yeah. Fun. And a lot of work too.
Speaking of
a lot of time.
sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
Speaking of projects, I finally managed to get people to sit in one room long enough to actually potentially do an actual play series for a campaign.
Okay.
Yeah, World of Darkness, which is like where all these tattoos come from.
What? Sorry.
World of Darkness, which is where all
World of Darkness. I don't
yeah.
know what that is.
It's a tabletop game that has almost as much brand recognition as D&D, but only among really
No, just found out that someone
edgy people.
messaged me on Discord and someone tweeted them, but little did I know I already knew them because I met them in the Terrors of Nowhere world and we had each other at it. Yeah. My first meet session Sunday. Oh, nice. My first one.
Nice.
Where did it go? It's supposed to be. It's a short campaign though too. So.
Out of curiosity,
They're really using guerrilla tactics.
out of correction,
Mine? You would be under.
out of curiosity, which edition did your story? Pardon?
Yeah.
No. That narrowed it down so very little. So I'll ask if it, that's so. I'll phrase this question differently. What does the cover of the rule book that you use your character look like? That answered that question without you having to do that. 5th edition. I hope you have a fun time. It's not my specialty by any means in terms of tabletop, but I'm not going to knock people for liking things that I don't. Nice. But nice. Night night.
Hi. It's okay if I add you as a friend. I'm just asking.
I like adding people, so yes. I'm more of like a Pathfinder, World of Darkness, Cyberpunk guy, but I do know how to run D&D occasionally.
I'm good at drawing mustache.
It's just not my preference because my way of storytelling does not jive well with how the system works.
All the time my character actually has socks on?
Programmer socks. Nice. You are very handsome, by the way. But I'm more prioritizing my hyperfixation of nerdy bullshit at the moment.
I'm saying I should start D&D, so basically I'm still trying to learn a lot before I go into like, okay, I want to fucking know this character.
So
Yeah, because short story.
Legolas. When you play video games, you try to play Legolas. Got it. So that's pretty. That's pretty good. But yeah, sorry. You go first because you were in actually speaking.
Basically, me and my friend, we play Goth. He goes to Drew. I was like, okay. The other friend goes to Orc. Rogue. Right before my face. About that time with teammate, like, all went where I wanted. Like, I was up there. Right here. Getting in the position where we just saw it so easily. Alright. So it's like regulations, whether they're rules, regulations on. Well, it's just a term of respecting others. That's all. I just read that, but you're right. I should probably read their thingamabobbers. I never saw it. People with Phantom Sense. Always like me in touch.
Meanwhile, I have extreme. Meanwhile, I'm like really high phantom sense tolerance to the point to where I actively encourage people to touch me because I like the vibes. Yes. Where? I like your manic energy. I like your manic energy, by the way, as a fellow punk. Night night. Try to talk to you later.
I'm going to go to another room for now.
Ooh. Scaly. Why are you sad?
What?
I don't know any of you enough to say I love you. Scaly. You called me stinky. I called you scaly.
You just keep being.
You're not too bad yourself.
Because there's a reason why I was so believing he's gone. Because the drama with that person, yeah. I keep it hidden away. 20%.
I hope that wasn't bad. I hope that wasn't bad. I have a habit of doing first and thinking later.
Come on. See, you'll touch me. Just don't put color on me. That's my 2 rules.
I imagine
You
that.
gotta have me and put color on me because one time I had this kid, and I don't even know how old this person was. He sounded like a kid. He grabbed the collar, walked up behind me, and put it on my neck. I didn't feel it. But when he pulled, I felt it around my neck. The first word came out of my mouth was take it off. And I was fucking screaming, like, take it off, take it off. And he looked at me like, what the fuck is going on? I forgot you off.
It's all good. I will respect your boundaries for as long as I remember them. I have a very bad memory. But
Most people, like, a little bit, I will accept you, but it's with custody, a lot more to put on me. It's a lot longer. And me sitting in water actually feels really more morale by right now.
same. Feels really nice.
You know, feel all the warmth.
Hmm.
Love it. Because I'm boys, I'm really. And yes, I'm one of the staff members in that one. Yeah.
Wait a minute. I know that place.
Yeah, they're open right now.
And I don't want to go
Right
on
now,
game. What I was saying. I was saying I don't feel like going to amusement parks today. But
You don't have to go to the amusement park. There's not very many people went to the amusement park today. I went to see if there is any. Wow. Usually people come over here. They're just sitting at the park.
yeah. So I figured I may as well elaborate on the thing I was mentioning earlier. So a lot of people just call all tabletop games D&D if they're not initiated to it as a scene. The games that I play, like Pathfinder, World of Darkness, Cyberpunk, they're very different games, both tonality and mechanically. Sure, Pathfinder did come out of the D&D, or rather, a lot of D&D fans getting really mad at during 4th edition. But it's no longer resembling D&D anymore, really. World of Darkness is basically a modern dark fantasy horror with each subcategory game called a splat, having different themes. Vampire is about struggling with your very rapidly diminishing humanity. Werewolves about when will you rage and what is too far when you are objectively correct. Because in the setting, the werewolves and their point of view is objectively correct. The world is in fact being killed.
You know how they have the back. Sorry. I'll let you finish.
Mage is about subjective reality and how if you can change anything you want, what would you do, and do you even have the right to do that? And Changeling's about the loss of innocence, passion, and whimsy in the face of growing up and just general society being a downer. And Demon's about, well, you loved this thing that you were a guardian of, and you went to super jail for that. And now that you're back on Earth, you're stuck watching as everything that you cared about is falling apart because the thing that you cared about doesn't know how to manage its own affairs. And there's a few other games, but I don't know much about them. Wraith, Mummy, the very unfortunately offensive Kindred of the East, and thing. The 90s were a very different time.
Yeah. But, have you heard of Slasher Co?
Slasher Co. As in, like,
Yes. You know how they have the right?
I think I know what you're talking about, but not sure.
This was created by the same people.
Interesting.
Find it. I know it's in the game section. Oh no, I actually did not save it. Oh wow. I never saved it. Huh.
That's unfortunate.
I think if I type in T, refine searches, and do the most popular, it should pop up. Title.
Neat.
They're made by the same people, but they just have to run and survive. The other one, you have to actually do generators and power the exit and leave while getting chased.
So it's basically insert whichever whatever clone of that style game.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
There's only like four of the. There's four slashers. The ones I met was Jeeper Creepers and Sid. I don't know what the other two are.
I recognize one of those.
But yeah, I'm actually kind of happy I met some few friends tonight. Our new people as friends.
No problem.
I don't even know what I want to do right now. I want to go sit and watch movies, but I don't want to go watch movies with.
I mean,
That didn't want to do something with me really long next time.
same. I'm gonna pester draft while I still have a chance to. We. Hello?
Look at that blood.
Hey there.
Hey, Selma.
How have you been?
Okay, Russell, you can get up now. Well, technically, he's in grass lab, not video game. What, his balls? No, look at you. Shit. Did you want your balls? Yeah. It's not a real surprise.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, no, I saw it. You were saying. You were saying. Oh no, you don't help me. I just need to find money. Will do. Roll. So if you're a human, you're trying to kill the ghost of your trying to kill the good. How the fuck do I kill a ghost? I'm still vertical. It just
Yo, that avatar is really hot,
maybe
bro.
horizontal if that helps you.
I'm a bit of a punk myself, but you know, avatar making is hard,
Yeah.
and getting people to do what you say is also hard.
There's a clue in the money. But I don't know. No, the money's shared. No, the money's shared. Uh, you have a lot of money. Ready to travel. Right. What the fuck? I don't know. There's only one. There's only one ghost. And what is there two? One rounds. One ghost is dead. Hold on, is there one or two? Okay. One Everybody's been seeing a new tip. It's like, where's my mom? And my goddamn friends on. Out of all of us, give it. Also unloadable. Alright, take care, Ross. Okay,
Hey, Draven. Hello again, Draven. I keep seeing you everywhere.
Explain it. That's the thing. You know, the best part about that too is that the dude on is like 4 clips into the the whole fucking phone like pulled an M4 and shot at me for like 3 minutes. Yeah, let's see. You don't have a so you don't have this thing locked everybody out. Wow, okay. But if you find like a little red keep, hold on. Got, oh yeah. Still also gotta get the clues as well. Don't get shot.
I like that one. That's a good one.
Not dying this time.
Okay.
Scar's one. Yeah.
Precious arrow. Hey, fam. Alright.
I found two in the basement so far.
Hey, Coda!
Yeah.
Go. Oh.
Are you autistic?
Russell, I'll see you later.
Hey, everybody in the house.
No. My house, fuck you. Stay out.
Dude, you're the one that invited everybody.
Shit, fuck you. Who shoot me?
Where the fuck are going?
Someone to like move around and dance and have fun.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Nah.
Yeah.
Just tease me.
No.
Bro,
I just can't.
what's the matter, puppy? I keep getting sent out like social media. Yes,
One moment.
When you know the essence.
I thought everyone just want to see me,
I
but
know, that's why I asked you.
and then everyone just helps me.
Like this. Oh, you're really hate me like
My
Full duty.
Hello.
Breathe. First come.
Hi. Yep.
Ooh, some watermelon from Belgium. Love it.
So,
you start, so I actually
there. So, I finally get to meet you. Hi.
Dog.
That was weird. It's fun inside.
Definitely not the worst thing.
We'll flex the new video. Don't mind it.
Yeah, he said he was.
Yeah, the thing is,
I don't think there's ever one round at the end.
Um, that's the thing. Oh, dinner is served.
Yeah, that's not- Are you surprised that that's what happened?
I'm here. Don't worry.
Why you want to fucking bathroom?
gonna give me a fucking kid. And I found out.
Awesome.
Yeah, my little brother actually
I mean, I heard you. I just didn't have a gun to fight against.
helped him. And today, like, at the meeting, he, like, just sorry.
Load my damn gun.
Which one? Because you stabbed me. Which gun? Because you stabbed me. Though getting stabbed by you is actually probably a good outcome, depending on your opinion.
I knew. If I came into the group, you think the thing. I knew you from behind a statue from the.
Reset.
According to this, there's no ghost left, but the game is still going. My game's one left.
It's
One.
Javen, how you doing? Alright, Leo got me.
Oh well.
People. No, people think I'm weird. No.
You're right. You know.
Hey, Draven.
Uh,
Maybe.
Did you kill somebody? You did, didn't you?
no. Keep it right.
Where's the other one?
Yeah, that's
First. Okay, you tell me. It's okay. Long before a bit after this one. Shit.
Too much for the bottom?
Yeah, it's the back to back. Yeah, you're getting lucky with
I've been finding a lot of fucking keys. Usually when I find one, I find two.
now you just need to unlock something before somebody kills you. Where's it coming up?
Second one.
Cinder stuff.
I was crowd testing the basement.
shotgun.
I got so much money, but I can't buy anything.
Wait.
Shoot the shotgun! Shoot the shotgun!
God damn it.
Get back to these. We just do this. Continue agreements.
Hey! Valentine! This is the first time we've ever met.
No.
Well, it's
Kidnapped by Tesco.
we basically go to school. When you close the door, before I can see you, you kill me. Then I'm seeing the See, that's why I close the doors all the time, whether I'm a killer or not. Close the doors, people don't see it, and then
Barbie. What?
we see you like this. My roommate says he said it as Damien's fixed. Ready?
No, but you're
You kill someone, I'm like, no, I'm trying to grab the gun and fucking kill.
This is saying
No, shut off.
I just saw that little detail there. Back shots do 50% extra damage.
But it
It's just
Arr. I will take that.
yeah, battery's going down.
Do I have the permission to touch you as well?
he likes
That's
to
okay.
No.
No.
I just call
I'm gonna go to the
Is he
list too. But
I've been wanting this one yesterday.
It's just like
What do you drink?
but I can't say like it's like
You are very soft and very handsome.
That's it.
Yeah.
No,
Should be trying to make me chilies.
Who's a good boy? Good boy. Hey, would it be okay if I added you? Since we've seen each other often. Oh, I'm blind. Yay!
Something that.
Like, you would rarely, like, only for a few selected people would bother you.
My boyfriend being one.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
Like, even though you could downtime and play like that, he doesn't really hit the buttons. It's just debatable.
Yeah, you fucking kidding me.
There's a lot of Asian people in here.
I gotta get. I need
You okay over there?
Yes,
Hold on.
thank you.
You're getting out.
Yes.
Almost be a wolf. Don't worry about it. Yes.
Out of curiosity, because I am somewhat ethical in my behavior, at least I try to be. I saw that you are taken. What type of taken are you?
Question is, switch your
Poly people for the win.
You're funny. This is my first time ever seeing about this shit.
So it would not be out of line to hit on you if I was declined.
Think about what the in my ass.
That doesn't seem like a very fair and balanced dynamic.
I come.
Actually, have my
Very handsome boy.
on my list. Very.
Very handsome boy.
Like, well, I'm all say cooking it slowly or you see for his baby because they're all change
You know what's funny though?
still makes sense.
He just turned 20 that time 12.
Yeah.
I turned 22.
Who's a good boy?
Yeah, that's
Yeah, you got your bullet there.
back then it's now.
You're not a king culture. It's just
Mama.
Jesus, you're racist.
You don't hate him equally. That much is clear.
Equal opportunity haters.
Yeah, it's mostly gay.
No, I have a constraint on
What is this?
You can where you want to be.
So there's two Dravens. There's a Draven Hyena and Draven Drago.
It's the sheep.
So I can do two.
DNA.
Hello, how you doing? I'm pretty good. Again. Oh, no, that's my first.
You got your phone?
My God.
Hmm. I look forward to the moment that I have Go Go Loco so I can sit down without glitching.
Shit on me.
Where the fuck's a good goddamn weapon? God damn. Hello? What the fuck? Hmm? I don't know. I don't know why. I say that with sincerity. I don't know why I shut the door. What's going on?
So Waffle, Waffle's the killer. I like being son of you. Diggity. Okay. You actually switched into this avatar and my graphics on this started getting better. Yeah. This one was optimized for Quest, so that makes sense.
I'm really confused as to what caused them to suspect me because I've just been bumbling around very confused.
Oh, he doesn't. Oh, bad.
I'd say this with absolute sincerity. I was so confused as to what I was supposed to be doing that I was.
You. That's what you.
Wrong with this one? But it
Oh my god.
Auto. I'm just auto going this. Woo woo.
Oh shit.
Don't touch you. I knew it. I knew it.
So, what's going to change a little bit? But,
Big little-
seems like
This doctor is really cute. I just the mood tattoos me.
Pacemaker, and that's where the scar is.
Oh, okay.
Hello. Hello. Bye. A very small boy. A very cute small boy, no?
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Just the option.
We'll see.
Good kitty.
No, he's not a good kid. It's a damn good
I like the moment that you did that one action, I was like, this person needs to be died. Unfortunately, we have like way less health than you, so it was a futile effort.
That's all
Well, somebody else can grab me from
I'm just.
I can't do it. I can't do it.
It's weird because it's bigger purpose.
Hello. You are very handsome, by the way.
Usually the bag comes near me, I have to use it first before I pick up the
something else.
Of course, the first thing I hear is
This piece both are
Is your boyfriend not for you?
so
He just
doing good. Doing alright. Yeah. Let me go check everybody. Let's see. Sorry. Anything good today? Yeah. So, I applied out here to check it. I can't start it.
Stay away from me. There's a key in the study. There's a key in the study. Did you already get the key? Okay, you have a gun, so you're safe. I'm gonna follow you everywhere you go. What? Home Slice, you are the only person I know for a fact is safe. Stop.
Yeah.
You're very shiny.
My shiny fur and me.
Purple eyes. Well,
Thank you. Think of this as like a prototype of a character who I've had a very close relationship with creators in terms of VR assets. This is like the
That's pretty cool.
I appreciate it. I don't use the more nicer model, but that's so glitched that it actually caused me to freak out. Zeus models are Zeus models, not for the faint of heart. Hey, Valentino. Valentino. Yeah. So, did I do a bad? I don't understand. Did I do a bad thing? I didn't understand that. Aside from Bien and Mao. Oh. You said something that I didn't understand. Was that a bad reaction to what I was doing? I'm confused now.
Yeah, me too. Like,
I was worried because like you defaulted to the language that I don't know when you responded to what I did. So like, did I do a bad thing?
oh no. You could. You don't know how long it's been?
I low-key love your voice in your videos, by the way. Oh. What I'm saying is, I like your what I was trying to say is I like your voice, but I also like your videos. Nice. Hello. Well.
So, really curious. This one's a Fox Weapon News or this one. I like it. I like Fox. I love it. Yeah, it's like they are. It's more. Oh, yeah, probably.
Put some favorite music on.
Would it be okay if I added you too? Would you be okay? Oh. Yay!
She wants 34, but I have to. That's alright.
It's always cute when somebody falls asleep. He's like trying to send you to bed anyway, so you guys are in bed too.
So it'll be her stuff for cheap. I think about
Yeah, I'm gonna sleep by before I get maybe
Go to bed, you ready? You have a good night. Night.
Night, 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 handsome.
VR.